So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s. It's called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in L.A. County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled, from the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Riverboat Jack, That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, 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 everyone. I got this. I'm going to try it today. It looked fancy. And I needed to pick up some things for the holiday weekend. The May Day celebrations this weekend. It tastes fancy. All right. How many soons must a stream flow down before it becomes a vod? Hello, everyone! Oh, my Riverboat chat did not update, so I was way behind. Hello! How we doing, folks? Hello, Kiona Shadow Dancer. Hello, Ranthur. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Erica. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Paladin Lost. The Paladiniest Lost I know.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Days fault, days fault, days fault, days fault.
Days fault. Hello! The Death of Death. Hello, Black Rose PCS. Hello, Explosion 85. Hello, Eric McKetton. Hello, C321D9Q. Hello, Nye Dot. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Shamanical the Shamanite. Hello, Davoid. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Steve Dories. Hello, Anders Andy Norup. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Magpie's Nest Productions. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Christina. Hello, Heathen Hammer. Hello, Tristan MB. Hello, I said hello to everyone else already. Charlotte Widnar's Pet Cat Girl. Hello, John Bainbridge. I already said hello to you. You got 2 hellos, you sneaky dick. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Rundo. Hello, Wyavern13. Very nice. Hello, Jason Kelly. Hello, Salmon
The
Moose.
best British comedy series. It's called Vicious. It's like Blackadder but gay.
Wait, Blackadder wasn't gay? Genuine question, was it not? Are we aroused? We're always aroused. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Travis T. Does the T stand for touchdown? Is this a No More Heroes reference? Hello, Shrub Girl. Hello, Admin. Hello, Archangel Dakab. I don't know why I mispronounced that. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Punk Monk. Hello, Zennies. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, one and all. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, my rear end. Hello, Bastion. No, it's a word. Oh, it's Travis T. I see. I see. Not Travis Touchdown. I see. Oh, mommy. Hello, Princess Fiona and C321 D9Q. Thank you for the $5 super chat and being the first person to support stream today. Really appreciate it. Looking beautiful. Thank you. I went and exercised today, and I'm continuing to have high fiber intake, and so I feel real good, actually. Blackadder isn't gay, it's just really British. Vicious is gay and British. Okay, if you say so.
You saved yourself 4 hours of pain and levels of projection so high I swear I was in a 90s classroom.
No, I didn't. I saved myself approximately 1 hour of pain because I listened to almost the entire conversation until my headphones died. And I can tell you guys firsthand that we are not covering the Hasan, Ethan... you can't even call it a debate, because honestly, it felt like watching like just an actual like argument between two people who are mad at each other. There's a difference between like a debate and just like kind of a vindictive spectacle, and it was more a vindictive spectacle. It was more just like two people going at each other. It wasn't really fun, and in fact, I found it pretty disgusting. To be honest, yeah, I don't think Hasan should have done that. Yeah, it was a lot of just Ethan airing personal grievances and using like through the prism of like a genocide that is ongoing, and using like at one point he used like alleged sexual assaults as like a gotcha and like played testimonies of them to like again to like further his own interpersonal grievance with Hasan, and it was really fucking gross. So yeah, nah, just don't bother. Don't watch that shit. You have better use
Al
of your
Green
time.
calling for impeachment on the Congress floor right now.
Yeah, I heard that. I think that's great. It's also not going to go anywhere. As Congress stands right now. That being said, I do think that should become like a weekly occurrence. Here, but lurking, making enchiladas. Delicious. Al Green is based, though. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Joy Gal. Hello, Existential Weeb. I was there for 5 hours. Yeah, that was painful as hell. Someone finally said it. Other people have also introduced articles of impeachment. Is your blood boiling over Trump trying to steal May Day? No, because he can't. Yeah, the Sam Cedar conversation actually had like substance to it. Sterling Thomas, I agree with that. Like there were actual points being made, and like I feel like once Ethan kind of realized it was going to be a conversation about like the genocide, like that's kind of where it went. And then he just kind of waffled for like an hour. So it was a waste of time, but at least focused on, the actual issue at hand. And unfortunately, really, I thought Hasan did a good job bringing out Ethan's disgusting Zionist behavior and opened eyes to it. Well, one, I wouldn't use the term Zio, just as a FYI. That is a term largely derived from like genuinely anti-Semitic communities.
Tonight,
No, I didn't want that. Delete group. Here we go. No, like in case you don't know, like the term Zaya was widely popularized by literally the Ku Klux Klan. So I would just say Zionist. It's not that much longer. And no, Zionist is a fine term when you're using it in the proper context. But the shorter version is yeah, not great. A lot of people don't know that though, so I give people the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, Hasan did a good job, like bringing out really disgusting behavior, but also like I don't think anyone needed that. You know, like I think it's been pretty apparent for a while from like the things he says and does. Like I don't think that it was a regurgitated like we already know, you know. Wait, it is? Yeah, the Ku Klux Klan started a website called WikiZio as part of like their, you know, online anti-Semitic presence. And it was largely used predominantly but publicly by David Duke. So, you know. No, it's all good, Cater Gator. A lot of people just don't know, you know? So like I let people know and then like they can correct their behavior, you know? I don't think Hasan pretends to be a leftist. I think that just Hasan generally is better at domestic leftist issues than international ones. But that's just me. Hasan did a good job. Again, putting aside whether or not Hasan handled it well, like nothing was to be gained in that conversation. Like once it became clear the conversation wasn't going to be about like the actual genocide and was instead going to be about this interpersonal beef, there was nothing to be gained. It's just beef filtered through the lens of like current ongoing politics. And specifically the worst kind of politics, the politics of genocide. And like that's, I don't know, not really a place to have a beef about. That's not a place to air your personal grievances. You know? Calling Hasan domestic. Oh, look, he's just better on like workers' rights issues. You know, I think he tends to be wrong about a number of different international issues, but that's just me, you know? I wish they could have talked privately. They probably have, you know, but like the thing is, it was very clear to me how this was all going to go down, and it was a goddamn shit show. Yeah, Hasan has good points and bad points. I think just his bad points tend to be about international affairs. Yeah, like Ukraine or Taiwan. But like again, when it comes to like Gaza and Palestine, he has good takes, so generally. And now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Exactly, John Bainbridge. You get it. You got me. Here's a hot take. Everyone to some degree is pro-terrorism. Yeah, that's my hot take. It's just a matter of perspective. You know, one person's terrorist is another person's like freedom fighter, you know? It's a big mug. Look, you need a lot of water, okay? You guys know you're supposed to like drink like one of these every goddamn day to be like healthy. And I just forget. Yeah, something hashtag and/or something. Nah, that's a real take. It is a real take. It's just like, you know, we call like the American Revolution heroic, but like I'm sure in the eyes of like the British at the time, it was a bunch of terrorists. You're gonna have to be more specific, Jaborgus. Two liters is too much vodka. That's true. Don't drink 2 liters of vodka. That's you know, I'm not like a licensed health coach or anything, but I would think that is maybe a bit too much. We gonna need a bigger glass. He interviewed a Houthi member on stream. Yeah, I criticized him for that too. That being said, the Houthis have effectively like basically created not created, but like effectively taken control of like 95% of the country. So they're kind of the new government. Again, his international takes aren't great. That's one of the takes I criticize him on. Hello, Amber Brains. Unfortunately so. You know, like if you look at what's happening in Yemen, there's like no good guys. Like it's there are not a lot of winning factions to root for in that conflict. That'll definitely work out well. Yeah, the Houthis are bad. They're fundamental religious zealots. And Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, also not great. Also one of the major factions continuing to fight there. Also, you have the Taliban. You know, like wait, was it ISIS? I forget. Like it's real fucking bad. Like it's Yemen is a whole jar of worms, and it's not great. But effectively, when we talk about like the actions of nation states and such, like it comes down to who has the power, and right now the Houthis have the power. And the guy said no, he isn't. I don't care to go back into that drama. I do not care. I don't think it's really great to have a guy on that you thought was. Like I watched it too. Like I don't think it's a great move. And like dude portrays himself as a soldier, and like I don't really care to get into all of it. It's just I would not have done that. I think it was a bad move. Specifically, I think it's a bad move because, yeah, it's a fucking bad move. My biggest complaint is no matter how hard I try, how many times I block, there's an army of Hasan clip channels littering my YouTube recommendations. Yeah, it's fair. Is this Cybersmith? Yeah. Cybersmith just has the face that I associate with British colonialism. Yeah, Comrade Girl, it's also confusing because the kid himself has said a bunch of different things. I don't get Hasan clips at all. Bless your timeline. I'm just tired of the Houthi claim. Gotta be the autism. Yeah, I've maxed out the number of things I can care about at the moment. I forgot Cybersmith was a thing. Blessings upon you. May you once again forget. He's one of the few right-wingers I don't hate. I just think he's funny as fuck. I mean, I hate him and I think he's funny. Yeah, Cybersmith is, I mean, okay, if you know Cybersmith as the pro-monarchy person, bless you. May you never find out anything else. Oh, Paladin lost. You're in luck. You're in luck because we only got through half of the What If Alt Hist video. That's actually what we're going to open up with today, everybody. We're going to finish our journey through the madness of What If Alt Hist. Because we only made it halfway, and I realized that we had been talking about only half of that video for 2 goddamn hours. So it's a part 2, baby! It's been a while. Also, I have my editor working on part 3 of the What If Alt Hist cosmology, so that's gonna be fun. What a brain cleanser after that Hasan Ethan disaster. Well, this is basically a hardcore colon cleanse for your brain, okay? But folks, if before we get started, you know what you got to do. You know what you got to do. Got to click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Excellent work, Jazz Dog. Let's see here. There we go. Well, now I won't click it. You are legally obligated to hit the buttons. Hit the follow button, hit the like button on YouTube, just subscribe to the YouTube channel. Do the things. Okay? All right. Here we go.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Get ready. So, folks, the other day we covered part 1 of What the Fuck is the Left Even Doing? A video, an hour-long video, from What If Alt Hist. And we only made it through half the video because it's just so intellectually dense, we'll say, to be polite. There's just so much to talk about. He really opens a lot of interesting topics, to say the least. And anyway, before I go further, hey, you on YouTube, hey, hit the like button, like the video, leave a comment, subscribe. My editor told me to say this. We're trying it out. And with that said, let's jump back in exactly where we left off last night, which is of course the introduction of Lynch's law, which is, and I'm just gonna read it off here. No matter how mentally ill you think the left is, it's always worse. And I just want to really emphasize here, that he made this graphic, and I have to say, just small critique. If you're going to introduce a law, one, capitalize law. You know, if you're going to try and coin a term here, capitalize both parts of the term, and also put a goddamn period here. Proofread it, motherfucker. Just proofread it. It's not that hard. It's one sentence. And look, maybe I'm being a little mean, a little angy, if you will, since I have a degree in English literature. But just throwing it out there, hey, it would be really great to see some level of consistency in any of these notes you throw up on screen, Rudyard. Anyway, here we go!
Leftists casually who believe the most suicidally deranged nihilistic stuff that you can tell were fed to them by their own peer groups, in which they are in complete agreement. This is...
Do we have any examples? You know, like, clearly this is happening all the time, right? So it should be pretty easy to provide an example of that, right? Right? I mean, he has a massive right-sided brain, according to him, that cares about petty things like facts and logic, things the leftist mind can't even understand. So I would love to see some of the facts he's talking about here. This dude has 750,000 subscribers.
Is a brief list of genuine things I've seen and heard in my personal life, not even online. I've seen multiple friend groups of girls my age who all became lesbians together simultaneously.
Excellent. Was it because they met you? Was it because they met you and they were just so repulsed? Yeah, this is the biggest self-own I have ever heard in my life. I knew multiple groups of girls who all became lesbians. Yeah, did they, because they met you. They realized something deep down. Man, we've been going for like 20 seconds into this video and I'm already back to being delighted. Let's go.
I've seen it normalized among young women that having children is morally wrong due to climate reasons, where they'll often want to adopt a minority baby instead. I've seen
Nah, I mean, maybe that's a thing, but I gotta say, I don't think this is common at all. Like, I think the amount of women who just don't want to have kids is not as high as Rudyard seems to think it is. Mostly because if you actually look at the fertility data, as I did for a uncomfortable segment I did just the other day, you would know that while younger women have started having fewer children, older women have started having a lot more children. You know, women over 30 have had 67% more children. Because it's because of the financial and like material like situations they're in. Like they are more comfortable being able to have children. It's not rocket science here. And I'm gonna guess that a guy who was 10 or 9 years old in 2010 probably doesn't know a lot of older ladies and is instead talking to, you know, younger ladies who aren't ready to have children yet. Just a thought.
Leftists talk about banning the air conditioner in the American South for climate reasons. I've heard leftists say that
No one's talking about banning air conditioning, you absolute clown.
Trump wants to install a racial caste system, forcing non-whites back into slavery.
What? Okay, but also just wait, I'm sorry.
Trump wants to install a racial caste system, forcing non-whites back into slavery.
Can we repeat that one more time?
Say that Trump wants to install a racial caste system, forcing non-whites back into slavery.
Now, I'm just gonna say, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump would never support a system that would be regressing American society back to a racialized slave system. That's absolutely ridiculous. Okay? There's no way. 9 hours ago today, the DOJ dropped a decades-old desegregation school case in Louisiana. Oh, that's weird. Let's read a little bit more about this from Axios real quick. The Trump administration has dismissed a half-century-old school desegregation case in Louisiana in a sign that it may aggressively end other school racial desegregation cases long targeted by white conservatives. The move by the U.S. Justice Department this week follows the Trump administration's reinterpretation of civil rights-era laws to focus on anti-white racism rather than discrimination against people of color. It comes weeks after the Trump administration said the federal government will no longer unequivocally prohibit contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. So like it's not like Donald Trump wants to bring back racialized slavery. He's just bringing back whites only drinking fountains. See, he's just bringing back the no black people allowed bathrooms. Yeah, good thing there's no kind of loophole in like the constitutional provision that ended slavery that allows us to continue it into the modern day, right? What's that? We can still enslave people who get sent to prison. That seems like maybe it could be bad, especially if disproportionately certain groups of people were arrested more often for the same kinds of crimes. What's that? Black people get arrested and imprisoned at like multiple times the rate of white people for the same crimes, especially nonviolent. Well, that seems really bad, huh? Well, don't really know where to go with this one. What was that, Rudyard?
That Trump wants to install a racial caste system, forcing non-whites back into slavery.
Man, this video has really aged poorly.
I've heard leftists say that we need to use the state to forcibly deindustrialize the economy.
This is not a common idea at all.
In mind, these types of people are the ones in charge of every major institution.
These types of people are not the ones in charge of every major institution. Sorry, you don't have Tim Walz over here, deindustrializing Minnesota. Like, sorry, nah.
An important thing conservatives haven't realized is that a very important part of the left's evolution is that you saw a split inside the left between the more dissident pro-Palestine leftists and the more establishment pro-Israel leftists. And the Gaza war really split a lot of coalitions inside the left. And what happened is that the more dissident, frankly insane factions of the left stopped believing that their masters at places like CNN or the DNC had a lot of their best interests in mind. So they stopped doing fact-checking altogether.
Wait, what? No. There was a break in the Gaza war because it became very apparent that it wasn't a war, it was a genocide. This is not a controversial take either. Like, it's recognized as a genocide now, like internationally. And also, people just don't care about fact-checking in general these days, which is why I think people should pay attention to outlets that are doing quality fact-checking, and who actually care about getting the facts right. And look, I don't know how often you're going to get that from different media outlets, but I will always endeavor to get things correct to the best of my ability. And I will actually provide citations, unlike the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle over here.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle. Which means that they're getting news from TikTok and Instagram, which has no factual basis, but they're getting riled up. And because they don't trust anything the system says, and that they're so gullible and naive, you can get them to believe the most deranged stuff, which might result in blood on the streets. I've had a couple "you idiot" moments recently with this demographic of leftist. For example, young women leaving TikTok, going to the Chinese app.
Is it? Yeah, Brassman, the United Nations Special Committee, Amnesty International, many other international aid groups have officially labeled it not as a possible genocide, but as an ongoing genocide. Amnesty International actually put out a statement today saying 2 months of humanitarian aid ban in Gaza is genocide in action. And yeah, it's pretty disgusting. So, yep.
Red note in saying China is a wealthier and a freer society than America. And I'm thinking, by literally no metric you could possibly choose, is that true? I've been to China, man, and it's not that nice. Even the nicest cities. Or I'll see other stuff where they'll say that the cartels will beat the US military. And I thought, you know literally nothing about warfare if you believe that. That's just insane.
I mean, wait a minute. It's not that insane considering a bunch of like Vietnamese farmers beat the US military. So like I don't know about that one, bud. I don't know about that one.
What kind of mind even produces this stuff? This is just sheer madness. How do you predict the minds of a madman? I was trying to analyze.
Yeah, I don't
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have. What mental illnesses the left has, and the conclusion I came to was yes. My only credentials in the field of psychology are reading a few dozen books on this topic.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. I love him so much. I've only read a couple dozen books on psychology, guys. He always says that. He does always say that. You know, I'm just going to throw this out there. Reading books on a topic means nothing if you aren't actually tested for your level of understanding. If somebody who is actually, like, knowledgeable about the field doesn't test your understanding, you can read a ton of books and actually not have that good an understanding of anything. You know, like, I read Don Quixote in middle school, you know, cover to cover. That book is massive. And you know what? I did not get most of that book, largely because it was about the esoteric, like, courtroom dramas in like the Spanish court in the 1500s. Like, yeah, I wasn't going to pick up on that. So you know, like you can read a book and not understand it. And I feel like a lot of that has happened with Rudyard. You know, I'm somewhat of a psychologist myself, is really the energy that he puts forward every single goddamn video he puts out. This is why I love Mouse Utopia as a paradigm so much, given it explains nearly 100% of factors today. For example, the multiplicity of mental illnesses we see arise in modernity, as mentioned here, makes total sense in the lens of Mouse Utopia, given in the experiment there's about a dozen mental illnesses that hit them. And you know, if only there were like innumerable key differences between, you know, the way mice think and socialize and the way human beings think and socialize. I'm sure it's a one-to-one comparison. You know, you take a mouse brain, you put it into the body of a human, you basically have a human. You basically have a human. What was Flowers for Algernon but a story about how you can do exactly that, right? I may have read that and also not understood. No, I'm kidding. I do understand that one. And yeah, no. His interpretation of Mouse Utopia is insane.
But the left does show traits of schizophrenia, egomaniacalness, narcissism, PTSD, self-loathing, suicidality, amongst others. Past
Dude. You just listed off your own diagnoses. Like, unironically.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Like, Jesus Christ, dude. You're acting like you didn't upload like a 12-hour-long manifesto about how you're like the second coming of like the spiritual ambassador to the world. Like, are you fucking crazy? I mean, you are, but yeah.
To a certain threshold, it's just insanity, man. Suicide is the dominant endpoint at which they aim for the complete destruction of the West, their home. The best thing the right has going for us is the left wants to lose. Let's enable them in their own desires. The left is at a weak...
So true, man. So true. You should absolutely just let us win so that we control everything. And then we'll definitely lose. You're right. This is the best strategy forward for conservatives. I take back all of my criticisms of this channel. He's completely correct. We leftists should be in charge of everything, and then we will definitely prove his thesis.
Weird, basically.
Yeah, the James Carville reverse Uno strat.
Schizophrenic level, in which schizophrenics, after losing their connection to reality, will hyper-obsess over a handful of topics which they psychologically can't break out of. For
The projection is genuinely insane.
For the left, they're super psychologically obsessed with black people, the climate, gays, and that stuff. I remember when I was visiting...
And that stuff. Can I play... You know what? We're going to use the Oblivion NPC sound effect at long last.
In Boston, I saw all these support LGBT signs everywhere. I'm not against gays, but I thought to myself, why does sticking your dick up someone's ass make you a hero? The left...
Oh my god.
That was some weird shit.
You know what? I take it back. He's so right.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Oh fuck. Yeah, why does sticking your dick in someone's asshole make you the hero? Clearly, the hero is the one taking the dick inside of their asshole. That takes true courage. You're so right, Rudyard. You're so right. In this house, we respect bottoms. Thank you for your service. Just... Oh, fuck.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Oh my god. Nightlight Plush Jesus, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. I very much appreciate that. For the snorts, they are completely genuine. Oh, fuck.
Left has spent years actively discouraging literally anything except these topics.
I mean, okay, serious answer to that. The reason, like, we celebrate gay people is because there is a long history of discriminating against gay people. And despite that discrimination, gay people heroically persevered and fought for their rights and won. And that's actually a laudable thing. We should, in fact, hail as heroes people who persevered in the face of exterminationist policies. That's actually a good thing. We should, in fact, hail as heroes people who are heroic. And that's pretty, to me, that's pretty self-explanatory. You know, people who persist in the face of adversity, despite overwhelming hatred. That's great. That's cool. We should, in fact, celebrate that. And the reason, again, we also have Pride every year and have that everywhere is because that started as a riot. It started as a fight for the civil rights of LGBTQ people because we were sick of being discriminated against. We were sick of having to put up with cops showing up every time we wanted to go to a bar. We were sick of cops, policing the clothing we wore. We were sick of cops, coming down and beating people for sitting on a park bench, Like, and there are people still alive today who endured that, There are people still alive today who entered that fight within living memory. Because contrary to Rudyard's contention here that memory only goes back to 2010 and before that everything was a harmonious whole, that was actually never the case in America. And every bit of solidarity we had, we fought and bled for. So that's why we celebrate people who are bold enough and true enough to themselves to publicly embrace their identity. That is heroic. This Weasley, oh, everyone has a mental illness but me, in my big throbbing brain, in conservatism, that's not heroic. You're just supporting the status quo. At best, you're supporting the status quo. At worst, you are among history's biggest losers. God. So that's that. Shamanical the Shamanite, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Appreciate that. And here's to the promise. Awooga! Paladin lost. Daddy. Awooga! For you, cute dark arts.
A harmonious whole describes my relationship with bottoms, and I find it quite heroic of them.
Yes. Hats off to the bottoms with all their harmonious holes and bravery. God. And you guys are making me do arm curls. 2, 3, 4, 5. Bravest butts in the biz. You're making a lot of assumptions about where the hole is. 3, 4, 5. Is there a list of history's biggest losers? We want Buff Jack. I ran like 6 miles today and I feel real great. Buff Jack. I've reached my status I've reached the status quota. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate it. You redeemed arm curls earlier. I missed it. You gotta make noise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and obviously when we're talking about harmonious holes, we're talking about the hole-shaped, the God-shaped hole in your heart. Okay? That needs to be filled. Oh, Erica redeemed it earlier. Making me buff against my will, chat. All right, we have literally only gotten through 3 minutes of this video since we started.
So they're mentally stuck. I remember when I was in college, the professors literally asking me how my every essay related to oppression. When I was in high school, they remade the entire...
I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that you were taking a class that required you to be able to interpret text through various critical lenses. Because I took classes like that, getting my English degree. And like, that's not like wokeness. That's just evaluating your ability to apply critical thinking to text.
Curriculum to be around leftism. This is important since...
You know, when you just say, like, they remade the entire curriculum to be around leftism, what do you mean? Explain that. That doesn't mean anything. Like, it's like when, I don't know, Kash Patel talks about wokeness. I have no idea what he means. You know, like when you have the major Republican figures of today, they don't have any consistent definition of wokeness. The same way, like, this guy has no consistent definition of leftism. So when he says we remade our entire curriculum to be around leftism, like, what does that mean? Like, materially? Like, what did they do?
We stopped reading Shakespeare, Beowulf, or Charles Dickens, all of which they replaced with leftist authors.
Because you had already read those. I'm presuming, right?
They replaced teaching history for talking about blacks in Harlem a century ago. We didn't...
That's history! I'm so mad right now. Black people in Harlem a century. That's history, you dipshit. It's just history I guess you didn't care for some reason, right? But like, that is a very important, informative moment in American history. That's I'm sorry, but understanding like the history of Harlem is to understand one of the cultural nexuses, nexi? Yeah, whatever the plural of that is, of American culture.
Didn't cover the Industrial Revolution, or the World Wars, or the French Revolution. What this means is that the left has lost literally any neurological or cultural ability to move gear.
Did you need that to be covered? Did you not learn about any of those things? Because I'm guessing you had already learned about those subjects.
The human mind is a living place where you have to cultivate the ability to think about things, and the left has shut off all of their neurological and mental abilities.
The left is obsessed with black people. We need that on Teehee soundboard.
We already have something like that, G. Klein. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Racist, sexist, Republican. These words are virtually interchangeable.
We got that from a PragerU video.
to do anything except go crazy. Ironically, the left reminds me a lot of Imperial Japan during World War II, which in most value or political compass surveys is literally the exact opposite of wokeness, being a hyper-militaristic, hierarchical...
Oh God, what is this? The 6 most extreme societies ever, we're one. One of my better older videos, it explains John Haidt's moral foundations through... Wait, is he talking about Jonathan Haidt? Okay, whatever. I don't care. Through historic context, talking about the most extreme societies. This is why I need to go and read more Jonathan Haidt, because frankly, too many insane conservative folks reference that, and I've been told like nominally liberal people can get into it too. I think I genuinely, the only people I see referencing this constantly are conservatives. And I think it's yet another example of like a pop psychologist going down a conservative route. I think that genuinely it's just something along those lines. C321, thank you for the $5 super
right
chat.
really does hate empathy, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, there is they think empathy is a weakness. For sure. Caring about stuff, it also, kind of synthesizes with the very online idea that if you care about something, you've lost. So the internet kind of has melded those two ideas together. Essentially, it is good to be psychopathic.
Imperialistic, racist, socially conservative society obsessed with loyalty, authority, and purity. However...
Oh, I know I won't like it, Van Briggs, but like I like understanding where these people are coming from when they make references like this.
Imperial Japan and the wokies have a core similarity, or the inability to self-regulate their own purity spirals. The thing that's very dangerous about the left today is that they know they're going to lose, and I believe on a subconscious basis, they're starting to realize they're wrong, which I will talk about in the next segment. A horrifying thing to watch in Japan.
Wait, what was that?
Wrong, which I will talk about in the next segment. A horrifying thing to watch.
From a purely anthropological perspective, Japan in World War II is really interesting as an edge case for human nature. This was a society so sublimated into the group that a lot of Japan's command knew that the war with the US was suicide, but they did it anyway. Japan was completely consumed by virtue-signaling fanatical patriotism. Yeah, almost like it was an authoritarian empire ruled by a god king. Almost like that.
In Japan's World War II history is that the Japanese became so aggressive and militaristic that they made horrific miscalculations, ultimately killing their entire empire since people were constantly trying to outdo the other in insanity. This is how Japan declared war on a coalition of nations with 20 times their population at the exact same time. We're seeing...
Well, to be clear, they did very well. like they made a really good go of taking over a bunch of territory. They were pretty successful for a time. And then just their big fear was the United States entering the conflict, and then we did, and that's all she wrote.
A few very dangerous psychological conditions which add up here to something really bad. The first, as we've said a few times before, is the removal of dissidents who would realign them back to sanity, as well as any moral principles that could do that. The second is decades of ego investment without even an understanding.
When they talk about the removal of dissidents, they're not talking about people saying, hey, you're being racist and we don't want to spend time with you anymore. That's not what when people historically talk about the removal of dissidents, that's not what they're talking about, man.
Understanding of what a non-leftist worldview would even look like. If the left tries to adapt, they will do so in the stupidest way possible, since they can't even understand basic concepts like men and women are different, that white
leftists understand that men and women are different. You guys are the ones that don't understand what leftists actually think, because you keep coming back to this. This is not a thing that leftists struggle with. Hell, this isn't even a thing that like non-binary or agender or xenogender people struggle with. Man, like, you just don't understand the concepts.
White men loathe them from decades of abuse, or they need to provide basic incentives for the people who work for them. They're the spoiled aristocracy of a dying empire. Lots of older folks think that the left is more aggressive than the right among young people. That might have been true decades ago, but the most competent people among the young are on the right. I hate to be
Sure, bud. You're living proof of just how competent someone on the right can be. You're so right, King. Best and most knowledgeable conservative right here. Gonna lead them into a new golden age. It's definitely not gonna crash and burn along the way.
Be this blunt, but most of the young talent are white men, where any young white man of fiber has been purged from the left already. Whenever the left tries to...
Well, what are you talking about? Yeah, the country is majority white, so it makes sense that a majority of people entering the workforce are going to be white men. This sounds like AI. Unfortunately, I'm fairly sure that Rudyard exists in the flesh. Also, look, you should eat fiber. We need more leftists eating fiber, okay? When you eat more fiber, every 5 grams of fiber you eat reduces your risk of diabetes and heart disease by 25%, okay? Increase your fiber intake. I want you living as long as possible, you fucks.
To do stuff on the ground, it's so pathetic. Either between...
Yeah. When you guys do stuff on the ground, you're so pathetic. You're so pathetic. When you're on the ground, groveling. I can't. I need to stop. I need to stop.
Between the Columbia protests asking to be delivered food and water, or Chaz in Seattle collapsing into a military dictatorship run by a SoundCloud rapper and losing their food supplies.
It is 2025, and you're still talking about the Chaz Autonomous Zone? Sorry, you can't call it the Chaz Autonomous Zone. It's just the CA Autonomous Zone? I don't know, whatever. But who cares? Like that's like a block of one city. Oh.
Within a few hours, the left lacks any tactical ability or strategic thinking at all. They can only make wrong decisions. The
left can only fail, which is why they've succeeded and become so powerful and dominated all of society's institutions. You know, this is the convoluted logic here is insane to me, right? It's almost like this guy is untethered from reality.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf. Protests were a huge tell for me, which I can't understate. First of all, I'm the same age as these kids, and so I know they went through about half.
You know, when you say I'm the same age as these kids, you know you're implying you are also a kid, right?
A dozen years of anti-Holocaust programming, and then the second they get out of the cradle, they're saying Intifada. Watching the videos was insane, firstly since they're so overtly bloodthirsty, which I think was a huge PR defeat for the left. Secondly,
they're literally protesting against a genocide! What do you mean they're bloodthirsty? What are you talking about?
They're so obviously Marxist. They were talking about the...
Oh man, I love this. Marxism is a descendant of Gnosticism. What a banger. What a way to open up your show note here. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. I just Marxism is not a descendant of Gnosticism. It has no relation whatsoever. Marx didn't arrive at Marxism by reading Gnosticism and theorizing about it. He went into factories and observed workers and the social and economic dynamics at play. That he just wanted to write a book that explained how capital works. God. And like its parent, it uses specific coded terminology as dog whistles that you're part of the same secret message. Wait, that you're part of the same secret message? What? That doesn't make sense. For example, using the word proletariat rather than working class shows you're Marxist. I need to. Where's a rock? I need to bash myself over the head. Jesus Christ. Yeah, when you use those fancy schmancy words like proletariat, you're showing yourself as a Marxist. Yeah, no kidding. You're also showing yourself as a Marxist when you're talking about the working class. Alternately, I would say lessons of history and a Marxist dialectic. This is a smart way of coordinating secretly, but also makes commies easy to spot. Communists aren't organizing in secret. It's not. It's like socialists don't have a secret agenda. We are literally a broad-based movement of the workers and for the workers. That's the entire point. It's not secret. Oh God. Fuck. This guy is funny as hell.
World revolution and the need to always carry on the revolution in their hearts. Decades of leftists saying they're not really Marxists has just become thrown out the window. And thirdly, it was nigh impossible.
Genuinely, I want to hear this guy explain what he thinks Marxism is, what he thinks a Marxist believes.
Possible to find videos of the Columbia protests after they came out. And you guys should watch the situation.
I gotta say that Google's suppression of rightist stuff is beyond ridiculous. Of course, I do not mean to bite the hand that feeds me, so you are truly wonderful, Google, however, making it nearly impossible to find news. On the first Trump assassination at the time, something I saw personally is just terrible branding on any level. I'm convinced I'm shadow banned, and it's often very blatant. Yeah, you're so shadow banned. That's why you have 700,000 subscribers. Fuck, man. If Google was actually shadow banning stuff like this, the world would be a better place. I'm just throwing that out there. I think the world would be better off if this channel was, 500 subscribers. The world would be a better place.
Adam's podcast, which is a great commentary on them, because it was suppressed by Google, which is another tell about where the rule.
Wait, the Internationale is secret. Yeah, look, all of the international conventions being held by socialists and Marxists are they're super secret, guys. Do not copy.
Classes' loyalties lie. It's very clear that this is a dangerous cult in that the Columbia protests sectioned off an area of campus as sacred space that non-Marxists weren't allowed to go, alongside marching in rank and
Marxism had nothing to do with this. It's a protest against a genocide. Jesus Christ.
chanting. Also, as I said before, the Columbia protests are useful to look at since the kids are so clearly pathetic, stupid, and weak. They're so clearly artificial as people are in general. They can only exist in the safest, wealthiest, and most coddled society ever.
Dog, protesters exist in all kinds of societies. They're like, this, what are you even talking about? You know, like when conservatives talk like this, it really just kind of goes to show that what they want is like all of these people to have taken up like rifles and like tried to overthrow the government, you know? It's why you don't want to play into that. You don't want to play into that expectation from them, because they genuinely are just waiting for it and salivating at the chance to fulfill their lifelong dream of gunning down all these protesters. That's like what these kinds of folks want more than anything. For the record, that is not me saying that that should happen. Just clarifying, no Fed post. Hashtag no Fed post.
Want a war, they'd lose it and they don't realize it. I know a lot of these kids personally, since I've worked with, dated, and interviewed Ivy League.
Is he serious? Oh, he's serious as hell. Yeah.
Kids my age. However incompetent and
I'm sorry. You're 25. You're not a kid anymore. You are a man. You're an adult man. Most of these people are also adults. They are in college.
They want a war, they'd lose it, and they don't realize it. I know a lot of these kids personally, since I've worked with, dated, and interviewed Ivy League kids my age.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you know all of these kids personally, and sorry, all of these adults personally, and I also don't believe that you've dated any of these adults. I don't believe someone like this would spend half a minute on you, especially unless you're hiding your power level and you never show them your channel, which I would consider a huge red flag. And ladies, if you're dating a man and he won't show you his YouTube channel, you need to dump them immediately, because that is maybe one of the biggest possible red flags to have.
However incompetent and arrogant you imagine them to be, just double it at least. It's horrific to watch. Also, I've been seeing protests saying make the Intifada global. For those that don't know, Intifada is an anti-colonial war of genocide, and the fact they're singing this in cities across
What? I'm sorry. That's not what it is. It is a movement to end the genocide in Gaza. That's what it is right now. It's like, I'm sorry, but like, if you just Google the word Intifada, you will quickly realize that it's a word that means literally in Arabic, rebellion, uprising, or resistance movement. It is simply resistance towards the ongoing genocide when used in our current context.
America is just insane.
Yeah, how is anti-colonial a bad thing? Well, that's the thing. Anti-colonial is actually a really good thing. We should all be anti-colonial. You know? Like, colonialism is maybe one of the greatest horrors ever unleashed by humans onto humans, you know? And has killed untold millions of people. So, like, decolonial activities are good, by and large. But, like, keep in mind, this guy doesn't think that. This guy is, like, one of those types that thinks, like, the best thing that happened to African Americans was being enslaved and brought to America, because now they have so many great opportunities. Or, like, you know, we killed the Indians, but we saved the child. Ha ha. Like, that, what a great project we did. Tee. Like, people like Rudyard are monsters when it comes to colonialism. They love it. And it's gross as hell.
And I'm also thinking to myself, you guys really want to try this? Because you will lose so hard. Another factor here is that the leftists themselves are deeply psychologically
I'm sorry, is this the leftist cooks? Is that a picture of the leftist cooks? Am I wrong? Am I off about this?
well. If you meet radical leftists, you'll find that their lives are frequently...
It is! Hi, leftist cooks!
Well, if you meet radical leftists...
I'm sorry you got somehow pulled into this video, and that sucks.
You'll find that their lives are frequently complete dumpster fires. This is since leftism is literally predicated upon mate suppression or giving others terror.
On mate suppression? Yo! Tell us more. I want to make a whole video about leftism as mate suppression. Since my friend Jim Keller, who's Jim Keller? This is probably some other ghoul. Oh God. Oh, okay. Jim Keller's wife, Bonnie, is the sister of Canadian author and clinical psychologist Jordan Peterson. Oh, God. Also, Jim, Can I say something that maybe might be a little mean? Jim looks like a man who would theorize about mate suppression. You know, just throwing that out there. Cool. It's a rabbit hole I've gone down, and it goes even deeper than the most cynical can imagine. In short, the entirety of leftism is basically feminine mate suppression, using GSR, gossiping, shaming, and rallying to make others weak and stupid, so they're less likely to reproduce. Dog, he's literally saying women are killing the planet. Women are suppressing men too much, and so are killing the planet. Yeah, feminism is eugenics to these absolute clowns. Can I find this? You know, when I Google Jim Keller mate suppression, I'm not getting any results whatsoever. So, that's cool. Here, what if I just Google mate suppression? Will I get any, do I have to go on YouTube? Maybe I have to go on YouTube. Help, help, I'm being suppressed. Okay, mate suppression. Okay. Suppressing emotions can harm your health. This is just a bunch of unrelated things about suppressing your emotions, which I don't think is what this is about. Maybe oh, Doug. Here we go. Okay, no, that's a Lex Friedman clip. Yeah, no, nothing's coming up. All right, never mind. Too bad. I would love. You know what? Please, what if alt hist make us a video about mate suppression? I would love to be educated.
terrible advice, like being mentally ill, fat, poor, underachieving, and that stuff being good. If you want a look into this, just look at the lives of leftist streamers, almost all of whom's reputations have been destroyed by one bizarre degeneracy or another. It's kind of cruel that the left said that all that degeneracy was fine, but it actually wasn't true.
Yeah, because as we all know, only people on the left are degenerate, and it's definitely not a bunch of conservatives with access to children. Don't look into the Catholic Church or the Boy Scouts or anything like that, because as we all know, only the left is degenerate. Oh wait, sorry, I just realized that's not a good argument because he thinks that the Catholic Church is left. So, you know, who when he says leftists, I genuinely have no idea who he means.
And then it destroyed their reputations. It's a real bait and switch. One of the most horrifying parts of the left is how much they encourage mental illness. There's an almost hilarious stat of...
Wait, you know, just real quick, you can't encourage mental illness. Like, people have mental illness. It's not encouraging people to get mentally ill. You know, like to foster a mental illness condition. Like, no, it's just that people on the left encourage each other to, you know, go to therapy and in the process of therapy get diagnosed. You know, like, sorry, we're just more likely to be more aware of how our brains work. That's kind of how that works. And then, you know, take steps so that we're functional and able to, you know, meet the demands of the day.
Pairing mental illness by demographic.
What do you mean, Jack? I chose to be mentally ill. Oh yeah, same. Big same. I chose to be, to suffer under general depression. I, you know, when I became a leftist, they hand you like a little menu and you just like, you kind of look at the options available to you and you say, you know what? I think I want this one. I think this one seems good. And then you put in your order and the waiter brings it to you with a side of bread. It's great.
And literally half of far-left women have a diagnosed...
I wasn't going to have depression, but a leftist talked me into it. Those dastardly Marxists always sidling up to you in the mental illness store.
Illness. I'm not like other girls or most conservative pundits in that I am very sympathetic to mental illness. I think trying to solve...
I'm sorry, just real quick. We didn't look at the graph. That's my bad. Have you, oh man, where, I really want to know where he got this graph. It's, because this does not look scientific at all. Percentage ever had mental health problem. Female, so high. Male, so high. But the more conservative you get, the less mental illness you have. Clearly, that must mean extremely conservative people never have mental problems, or very rarely have mental problems.
Far-left women have a diagnosed mental illness. I'm not like other girls, or most conservative pundits, in that I am very...
I mean... there's a key component there, which is diagnosed. People on the left are more likely to believe that therapy and, you know, a psychological assessment might help them. Sorry. People on the right are conditioned to say, nope, I don't need that. I'm strong. I'll just tough it out. I'll just take more walks or something. And you know what happens to very conservative men who do that for a long enough period of time? They wind up not being alive. This is a problem I saw quite a bit in rural, particularly like rural evangelical communities. Just like an epidemic of like suicidality out there. A lot of children had like that I was a counselor for. They had lost their fathers. Because to suicide specifically. And so like when we talk about this, let's be clear, they don't get diagnosed. They still have mental problems.
Very sympathetic to mental illness. I think trying to solve the mental health crisis is probably the most important thing I want to accomplish before I die. However, the left does...
I'm sorry, I stopped paying attention for half a second.
It's probably the most important thing I want to accomplish before I die.
Okay, so you're going to solve the mental health crisis, and your credentials for doing that is that you've read about a dozen books on psychology. Cool. Good luck. Genuinely, I hope you do. It'd be really cool if you do, but all right.
However, the left does mental illness in the most counterproductive way.
Wolf.
For example, as I've tried to heal from PTSD, I've worked with a leftist and a rightist therapist. The leftist therapist kept on saying, I hear you, and tell me more. And I'd say, no, I want you to actually heal my condition. And they...
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining that interaction, no, I'm not going to tell you more about my mind. Fix me. That's not how therapy works. Your therapist isn't going to fix you. You might over time reach a point where you no longer need to see your therapist anymore. 'Cause that's something that happens, but they can't fix you. They're not surgeons. The mind doesn't work that way. The person is supposed to fix themselves. Yeah, no, they're exactly Poco Curante. When you're in therapy, you are being given the tools to fix your own problems, or to cope, or to get through, your rough days, And sometimes that can involve going on walks, or doing more exercise, or meditation, or, any number of different, building up healthy coping mechanisms, And they can't fix you. Maybe they can give you medication that could help, but there's not they don't hack into your brain system and then, put in new instructions that fix you. You're not a robot.
I couldn't do that. And then I moved over to a rightist therapist who actually set goals with a certain type of EMDR therapy for actually accomplishing certain degrees of healing. I think that's very paradigmatic in that it shows that one of these doesn't actually want to solve your issue. They just want to make your bearing of your own patheticness easier, and the other actually wants to solve your condition. And leftist mental health involves enabling their worst traits. And it's crazy to go to blue states and see young people where they'll proudly talk about having anxiety and depression and powerlessness.
Oh, God. I feel a good degree of resentment about the industry of mental health in modern America, coming from a background with PTSD and with a mentally ill parent as well. Basically, we only use mental health self-servingly as anti-female mate suppression. What? There's no actual warmth. Mental health is just a tool of control. You go to therapy as a salve to a culture not built for human needs. If you have genuine PTSD, the system offers you nothing, but it does enable white girls to never mate. What? Okay, this is some some hatred of women bubbling up to the surface here. All right. It does sound like incel shit. Absolutely. And also, I will agree with one component of that, which is that society is not built to meet the needs of people of differing, with differing mental illness. Society is not built for that. Society is built to serve capital, at least as we're currently formulated. The big thing here is that it prioritizes not the health and well-being of people living in society, but instead it prioritizes production in order to maximize shareholder value at the end of every financial quarter, in order to give bigger and bigger bonuses to those shareholders. That's it. That is what our society is built for. And that, I think, is that fundamental system is antithetical to the health and well-being of the human race. The inefficiency of the system is promoted and empowered by the system of capital that undergirds it. And so what he's identifying here as a tool of control, or sometimes therapy, or different mental health institutions are a salve for a culture not built for human needs. The culture isn't built is fine. The issue is underneath that the social structures are built around these days capitalism, and capitalism is not a system that benefits most people. It benefits the people at the top. Right. And so what I find interesting here is that, generally speaking, whenever Rudyard actually identifies a specific system and gives specific instances that he believes backs up his ideology, what it actually does is reveal how capitalism has perverted and destroyed different aspects of his life. And I find it very interesting. Rudyard has me swinging between this boy needs a hug and this kid needs... No, I'm not saying that out loud. But no, genuinely, Rudyard in a lot of ways is a victim in all this, I don't feel too bad for him because he's, obviously he's doing well financially, I imagine, given the state of his channel. But I feel bad for him because he's very clearly broken in a variety of ways that I find interesting and entertaining, but this is not limited to just Rudyard, This is a lot of different conservatives who have been broken on the wheel of capitalism, Yeah, he has hateful opinions, for sure. Yeah, he's blaming women when he should blame capitalists. Exactly.
And other traits. And when you do psychological studies of leftism, you'll find that they have all these things and they have absolutely no interest in fixing them.
Oh God, I was once going out with a girl for a year on and off. She wanted me to hire her for the channel. I later realized she had been manipulating me. Oh man, why are you telling this story? Manipulating me for status the whole time. She would keep saying that I should just treat her as a man. I was not as cynical as I am now, and I gave her a conditional yes. I gave her 5 pieces of constructive criticism and said if she could clean those up, I'd hire her. She freaked out and said she didn't like how I was treating her. Isn't that a symbol? It's very interesting that you don't explain what the constructive criticism was, because I have a feeling if you actually elaborated on what those 5 pieces of constructive criticism were, we might understand her reaction. Also, you were dating her for a year on and off, and she told you she wanted you to treat her as a man? That's confusing, and I feel like a lot of things have been skipped over here.
I've said in previous videos, the purpose of leftism is to abdicate responsibility, and thus everything they say has to ultimately go to blaming someone else.
You literally in the last notes you posted on screen blame women for not wanting to fuck.
Them in a horrific mental trap of their own making, which they refuse to break out of. Part 4, Short Circuit. I paid one of my friends to watch 10 hours of BreadTube content and some mainstream leftist media for me, and then write a strategic analysis. For those that don't know, BreadTube is the term for leftist YouTube. He did it.
Oh boy.
A great job, and it was actually the origin of this video.
Man, okay, so we got like a Noah Samson here, got a Voosh, got a ContraPoints. Is that H Bomber guy? Wait, is that actually H Bomber guy in the banana suit? I never knew that. I thought it was just a picture of a random guy in a banana suit. He looks so tiny. He looks so young. Yeah, we got Sean, we got Abigail Thorne, we got Big Joel, we got Hasan, got Mia Mulder. I don't know who this person is, or this person. We got 3 Arrows, Cat Black. We got I'm in Hell. Okay, you know what? I have my bread tube bona fides. I've been able to identify everyone on this diagram. Big Joel's great. Honestly, I really like Big Joel. Where else am I going to get a content creator that watches every single Disney made for TV movie and review it? You know, where am I going to get that kind of content? Hasan is BreadTube. BreadTube just doesn't mean anything. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. It's just leftists on YouTube, you know? Like, that's all it means. What about Little Joel? Little Joel is the sub channel of Big Joel, right? I don't know. Who's the top right? I have no idea who the top right is. Wait, I was not able to identify everyone. I don't know those two in the far right. Does anyone know who these two are? Tara Mookney? Don't know who that is. BreadTube is a joke on how leftists are poor and capitalism imposes that. You get bread or get dead. That's true. Wait, okay, Tara Mooney? Okay. I know Mia Mulder, but who's this one? Paladin, I don't even know if Rudyard has intellect. You know, I think he's able to absorb a lot of information, maybe, but is unable to really demonstrate it in a meaningful way. Oh, second row is Tara Mooney. Okay, I don't know who the top one is then. Mooncat? I don't think so.
I was going through the recent
whatever.
BreadTube content today just to summarize whether my thesis is still fundamentally accurate, which is something I know no BreadTuber would ever do. God, these people are completely worthless. Nothing they make is original. The only thing they do is mock and tear others down. They have no interest.
It's true. I have mocked Rudyard quite a bit, and I will continue to do so.
In generating culture, helping people, educating, or making the world a better place. They're so pathetic and nihilistic. I have no clue why anyone would watch them. They add literally no value.
Oh, top right middle is Corvidae. Thank you, Darth Gently.
There are literally no leftists I admire at this point as thinkers.
Yeah, of course you don't. You've been radicalized to like practically Nazi levels. Here, well, it's not even practically. I've seen your goddamn deep dive into like your spiritual worlds. It's straight up Nazi shit. You believe in like bloodlines and all that wild nonsense. Here are some good leftist thinkers from like a decade ago. Jonathan Haidt, of course, is on there. The David Graeber is great. Unironically, David Graeber is great. Yeah.
A decade ago, there were plenty. Throw on top of this, literally every major leftist streamer has destroyed their own reputation.
I mean, to be completely fair here, David Graeber is like a top-tier academic. When you're comparing top-tier academics to like, YouTube video essayists. I think there might be a bit of a difference there. Like there might these two categories, you know, one of these things might not be like the other. I don't know. I really like David Graeber. I'm working through his book on debt right now. It's really fucking good.
Through one bizarre degeneracy or another. I know of no major figures on the left who are still going.
But did David Graeber beat Baldur's Gate 3? No, I don't think he did.
As cultural icons. My friend's report ironically said that the mainstream leftist media was more stupid and less innovative than BreadTube, which is horrifying and insane to think. I wonder what they're doing with their enormous budgets. He said that the party line between all of them was pretty similar in that the left is an enormous hive mind. Keep in mind that the left is incapable of generating real leadership at this point due to the enormous envy inside their own faction. However, the big theme—
Like what are you talking about, man? The leadership of the YouTuber leadership? What are you talking about? What budget? None of these people have budgets. Oh, sorry. They are all getting the Soros check. How silly of me. I almost forgot to cash mine.
My friend teased out was that the left knew something was wrong and that their strategy wasn't working, but that they had no idea what to do about it. Due to the years of the processes described above playing out, they just can't rationally disengage. I think some of the leftist thought leaders are somewhat aware of the lie, but hold on for some sociopathic sense of personal gain or grift. The left is sputtering. They can see that things are getting worse.
I have no idea how city people cope. It's always city people who keep the blue pill the hardest, while rural areas were never really blue pilled ever. That being said, every major American city has gone down the tubes so hard, so fast. I've seen this personally in half a dozen cities since 2020. In each case, there's literally human shit in the streets. Nothing is maintained. There's homeless and chaos. In Philly, I literally saw a dead corpse on a heat vent for 3 days right downtown. Just real quick. Cities are doing pretty great right now, actually. Like, I don't like crime is at like one of the lowest levels it's been in modern times in cities. Cities struggle with homelessness, but you know what the dirty secret is? A lot of rural communities also struggle with homelessness. Additionally, you also have people shitting on or near roads in rural areas. The difference is it's rural and no one cares if you shit in a field. And honestly, a good way of dealing with this would unironically be embracing one of the things those radical trans activists have been advocating for, which is just make all bathrooms unisex. Make all bathrooms unisex. Doubles your bathroom opportunities. And hey, maybe if you provided housing for the homeless, and you wouldn't have to like restrict bathroom access so much, and people could, instead of pooping on the street because they can't afford, a $20 sandwich in order to access a bathroom, they can just, use a bathroom. Still not blaming capital? No. You see, it's not capitalism, Poodle's rule. It's not capitalism. That's the problem here. It's blue pill. The blue pill. God.
Worse in their personal lives, which is just an obvious fact of life in America today. Their narrative that this is all motivated by white men just makes no logical sense, given the left has the power. They have to know that subconsciously, but the only way they can cover—
I have no idea how leftists mentally reconcile saying America is a white, male, Christian, nationalist, fascist-dominated country on the verge of rightist totalitarianism. This is their dominant mainstream narrative now, and the cognitive dissonance that must be required to mentally hold this in your head, while the right barely controls any institutions at this point, while the left controls the media, academia, churches, Hollywood, tech, public schools, and everything else. That is a bizarre worldview to have. But let's just really point this out. The left views, the government of the United States as predominantly controlled by white male Christian nationalist figures, and also fascists. Like that's true. You know, like if you look at our Constitution, it was written by predominantly white men. That it's pretty obvious in how voting was restricted when they wrote that sucker. And if you look at what's happening now, well, most of people in Congress and the government are white men. A lot of them, there's a sizable Christian nationalist faction that is calling a lot of shots right now. And the person who is currently the president of the United States is a fascist. And the people around him, many of them, not all of them, but many of them are fascists. And the ones that aren't explicit fascists are complicit with their fascist activities. That's kind of how that breaks down, right? And so that's considered like America's government. And a lot of leftists tend to think that America's government is actually pretty powerful. So that's where you get that. Because, for example, with the government, you can then purge the media. You can then purge academia. You can then purge Hollywood and tech and public schools and I suppose even churches, though I'm not sure when he talks about the leftist controlled churches, I don't know what he means by that. But that's exactly what Donald Trump tried to do today. He tried to, again, pressure Harvard by saying he was going to remove its tax-exempt status. These are attempts to do the kinds of purges of leftists that Rudyard acts like are just impossible, you know? And the tech moguls right now are kissing Trump's ass. Like they're all cozying up to him in an effort to like curry his favor and like, you know, they want to do his bidding. And when we look at the media, hell, a lot of the media is also self-censoring in an effort to try and avoid Donald Trump's ire because they're cowardly and cave to political pressure, right? So again, this is why control of the government is considered very important by leftists. And I guess to a conservative like Rudyard, that's basically nothing. And that is bizarre to me. Why does he think the left wing controls churches? The rest of is just conspiracy theory bullshit. But that one isn't even conspiracy theory. It's just nonsense. Well, Paladin lost. I'm not entirely sure, given the fact that his entire religious ideology is insane. No, my editor is currently working on the last part of the 3-part journey into that belief system. But I think he believes that all Protestants are leftists inherently because they have rebelled against like the Catholic Church, and he views the Catholic Church itself as leftist because of Vatican II. If I had to really break it down and simplify all of that, I think that's kind of where he's at there. It's kind of Nazi shit.
Cover this up is to increase the noise of their propaganda to balance out the outside world. This is why they need to say Trump and Elon are Nazis, which is obviously not true.
Are you sure about that? Also, again, Trump isn't a Nazi, he's a fascist, but you know, I'm just
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
You sure about that one, bud? Cause that really looked like one of those Heil Hitler salutes to me. But what do I know? I'm just a simple country streamer.
At the same time, they've been doing the propaganda for nearly a decade, and thus they're clearly burning out. When you look at the emotional fervor through which the left...
Yeah, the AfD is the new Nazi party in Germany, and hey, Elon Musk went and carried water for them.
Tried to propagandize their own supporters in this previous election.
Wow, I didn't see the second one. Yeah, a lot of places only showed the first one. He did it. Elon Musk didn't just do one Nazi salute. He did 2 goddamn Nazi salutes, just in case people didn't catch the first one. You know? Like, oh man, I can't figure out why people are calling this guy who did Nazi salutes a Nazi. It's a mystery. Are you kidding me? Come on.
And then after Trump won, you could tell that it lacked the energy of 2020 or 2016. It's also interesting to see the New York Times write an article about...
Wait, I'm sorry.
Of 2020 or after Trump won, you could propagandize their own supporters in this previous election, and then after Trump won, you could tell that it lacked the energy of 2020 or 2016.
You know, let's just take a moment to really consider something here, which is let's just take a... I wonder if there's a new one out. Let's take a look. Let's see if there's a new one to take a look at. Let's actually look at some data. Okay. I know Ridyard doesn't quite like data all that much, but let's take a look, shall we? Do 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 do. Gotta find me some data. Otherwise, I'll just use older data, which is fine. Just wondering if there's like an updated data. Ah, ha ha ha! Here we go. So this is the amount of protests in the United States since Trump came into office, compared to the blue line here is 2025. The green line is 2017. So approximately by this time in Trump's first presidency, there were 1/3 the number of protests, i.e., we have literally 3 times as many protests happening right now than we did in 2017. So just as an FYI, people are protesting now more than they did. Recent polls said 7% of Americans have attended a protest this year. And I imagine that is going to go way, way up. And like maybe now isn't the time to bring this up, but I did want to show this specifically. This was just a random take that I saw being reposted on Blue Sky. But like, this is significant, right? For a number of reasons. Because this is only... Ignore who posted it. Because, like, look. The duties imposed on this person's niche hobby import are $327. That's... The tariffs added $327 to this. And this is already happening. And like, I need to remind folks, the tariffs haven't really hit yet. Some companies have begun pricing up already, but they haven't really hit, right? I saw a video. Let's see if I can dig it up real quick. Of we have like a news. Is it this one? Here it is.
It's the East Coast ports too. This one's in Boston. This is well under half the normal volume that you normally see at this port. Not just the West Coast ports, it's the East Coast ports too. This one's in Boston. This is well under half the normal volume that you normally see at this port as far as containers go. It's gonna hit us soon. Everybody gotta get ready. It's gonna get bad.
Yeah, so there's gonna be it's gonna get bad. And when it gets bad, what's coming in on the East Coast? Nothing. Apparently nothing. But like imports from Europe have dropped off too, you know? And so like anyone who has like a niche hobby, anyone who has like relies on parts for their business that are made abroad, anyone who like, you know, and that's a lot of people, guys. That's a lot of people. It's going to hit, and it's going to ruin lives, and people are going to be pissed as hell. Okay. Also, you might want to buy like, I don't know, a couple extra things of toilet paper. All right. And some beans. Just throwing that out there. Some rice and beans. Yeah. And this is going to cause a cascade of problems, like Minty Treasure is pointing out in Twitch chat, with like, you know, logistic chains inside of America as well, like trucking and whatnot. It's going to be bad. And that's already kind of baked in. Like that's going to happen whether or not the tariffs get removed right now, you know? So all this to say is that people are going to be pissed off, and it would not surprise me in the least if the number of protests happening just went way up as we go into this summer. That's you know, that's kind of where I'm at, I guess. I'm expecting it to be nasty. But go off, King. Yeah, there's not gonna be that much. We're at three times the number of protests as in 2017. But sure.
Serious question, how can I warn my dad about the tariffs? He's Fox News brained.
Genuinely, I have very little input on that. That would probably be useful. Like, honestly, maybe show him some of the pictures of like tariffs being applied on like products from Shein, different people, you know, showing like how much these tariffs are costing, and like try and get through the fact that like this is gonna be everywhere soon. Maybe show him some of the TikToks of like empty Boston harbors, or like the empty ports in LA, you know? So that's kind of where we're at. And while all that goes down, yeah, of course, Donald Trump is posting about how he's going to be the next pope. Super cool. Really have to emphasize, by the way, that he's just fucking gone. Like he's just like completely detached from reality. Anyway, here we go.
It's also interesting to see the New York Times write an article about Mencius Moldbug, who is a far-right pro-monarchist thinker, and it's not an entirely negative article, and that means to me that parts of the mainstream leftist media are having doubts. And there's this whole conspiracy.
I can guarantee you that Jamel Bouie is not at all having doubts in favor of monarchism, dog.
conspiracy theory that I'm an acolyte of Mencius Moldbug and I serve his interests. And we've spoken once, which is just, it's people making stuff up. On top of this, it's clear that the left is losing elite support. Elon, Zuckerberg, and Bezos have all left the left, which clearly—
I'm sorry, what was that with the Trump Pope thing? Oh yeah, just real quick. Donald Trump the other day said that he thinks he should be the next Pope. And that sounds like a joke, but he said it, and a bunch of his conservative sycophants in Congress and in his cabinet agree that he should be the next Pope. So that's a thing now.
Really signals a sea change in the entire tech field.
Yeah, you know, all of those leftists who are allegedly Marxists, you know, they were also billionaires the entire time. Shut the fuck up, man.
After the latest election, Republicans have complete dominance over the legislature, president, and Supreme Court, or all three branches of the American government.
Yeah,
the woke culture and movies have completely failed, while DEI or affirmative action—
What do you mean the woke culture and movies have failed? Have you been watching too many quartering videos, Rudyard? Have you been paying too much attention to, like, box office returns on movies, Rudyard? Have you seen the box office numbers for Terror on the Prairie, Rudyard? God. I fundamentally think the right has already won the culture war. Man, this is just another version of, like, the right is getting better at comedy, and, like, it's a picture of, like, a turd emoji with, like, a picture of Joe Biden strapped to it or something. Like, I genuinely, like, I'm not concerned on that front. Given the left has tied themselves together with too many suicide clauses inside their ruling ideology to be able to change into something else healthily, their racial caste politics are too fundamentally un-Western that it's doomed long term. Their coalition doesn't even like each other, and they've built up an entire lifetime of hatred among young white men. What are you talking about? Left is too stupid. Weak, bureaucratic, nihilistic, and suicidal to win. All right.
Action alongside Roe v. Wade have already been knocked down by the rightist-dominated Supreme Court. The right has already won the culture war. The question is, how long and how bloody does the victory have to be? From my perspective, the left knows that things aren't working. They know that on the current slant, they're going to lose in America. The question at this point is whether they're willing to gradually fade away or they'll fight to the death. You guys know I believe this will end in war, but I completely respect anyone who disagrees as well. You guys have the reasonable opinion, I'm the crazy guy. I can be wrong. Let me read the room on the left as of this moment of February 2025.
Wait, stop spreading misinfo. Literally, they're talking about like a 35% volume plummet next week. Like, don't accuse me of spreading misinfo. Like, shipping is tapering off. Because there's a 145 fucking percent tariff on things from China and a 10% tariff on everything else. Yeah, people don't want to pay that shit.
First of all, I was surprised and incorrect that the left gave up this last election with no contention. The last two elections were contested, so I just assumed this one would be. Rightists don't like it when you say this either, but this election was actually still pretty close.
It was stupidly close.
And was not a conservative blowout in pure numeric terms, like rightists pretend it to be. The left could have easily won. It also blows my mind that nearly half of voters still voted for Kamala after seeing social collapse occur before their own very eyes. The thing the left is doing now that I find very scary is they're using rhetoric that makes it very—
Also, just real quick, I thought
Kamala,
so.
It also blows my
mind. This is not the final tally of the votes. Just as an FYI, this makes it look even farther apart than it was. The final vote tally had it 48.3 to 49.8%. Like, that's That's a lot closer than one might have thought from this.
Mind that nearly half of voters still voted for Kamala
This is a real person talking. This is not AI.
after seeing social collapse occur before their own very eyes. The thing the left is doing now that I find very scary.
The iron law of woke projection. Oh, now you capitalize law. Okay. And you're using periods, but you don't use a period at the fucking proofread your shit, Rudyard. Whatever the woke left says about the right is what they're doing. Test it. It never fails. Dog, you aren't gonna win this fight. You aren't gonna win that. I've seen your videos. You are nothing but projection here, bud.
Is they're using rhetoric that makes it very easy for them to escalate to violence. Keep in mind the iron law of woke projection. Every major leftist out—
Who is this guy? He's a major political conservative. His channel has 700,000 subscribers.
Outlet between BreadTube, the TV stations, and the DNC are calling Elon and Trump's involvement a coup. This seems crazy to me, given the only thing they did was win an election. If the left is already saying the right has launched a coup twice, with the earlier one being J6, it creates an incredibly easy rationalization among their followers to do the same. It's also comparable with them calling their enemies
Oh god, he's okay, now he's just posting like screenshots. All right. This is so ironic I had to leave it in. I was looking up online for references on the leftist think tank that shadowboxed about launching a coup against Trump a few years ago. Instead, all the first results of articles are all about how Trump is launching a coup from leftist mainstream news sources in the last few days. It proves my point unintentionally. Nice.
Nazis because anything is justified to fight the Nazis. Also, keep in mind, multiple leftist think tanks have already—
Yeah, oddly enough, despite all your opining here, the leftist think tanks aren't encouraging people to take up arms against the government and have like an armed insurrection. Weirdly enough.
shadowboxed launching a coup against a Republican victory. Secondly, I see the left actively disobeying Trump's orders illegally. Every single day, I see a new piece of news, which—
Yeah, also that has a long and storied tradition in American politics. It's called civil disobedience. You might want to learn more about it, Rudyard.
Which makes it hard for me to keep track of it all. But a federal judge is refusing to carry out Trump's executive—
Wait, no, that's not refusing to carry out an order. That's not civil disobedience. Wait, you're just upset that we have laws? That judges are ruling on laws? That's literally part of our goddamn governmental system, you moron.
Orders. Alternately, the DNC is publicly saying that it will shut down the government over Trump's victory. On the lower level—
How? By what mechanism?
You see so much more stuff with regional governments or state governments.
Yeah, it's almost like we have a separation between the federal government and state government, and states can do things that the government can't, and vice versa. It's so weird how that works. Almost like we're a bunch of united land masses
Actively disobeying orders that Trump's executive office are sending out. Before I release this video—
United Land Masses of America.
Probably at least another dozen examples will happen between the time where I record this and this video goes out. If the DNC is saying it, it's basically orders, since the left follows orders from the DNC in a way—
The left doesn't follow orders from the DNC. No leftist is like going, all right, guys, Ken Martin, he's telling us to get out there, so time for us to org. That's literally not happening. And people are genuinely very angry that we aren't having more leadership right now.
Way that the right doesn't from the GOP. One of my friends likes to say that it's—
For example, the US's entire foreign policy at this point is based off promoting homosexuality. Oh my god, sorry, I wasn't prepared for that.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
That sounds fake, but we will legit try to remove allied governments for those which are pro-queer, which just gets countries to hate us more. What? Also, let's be very clear here. One of the reasons the United States has tried to do that under the pre-existing liberal order is because more people want to do business in countries where, like, they aren't going to be killed for being gay. Like, if someone knows they're going to be, like, killed or discriminated against for being gay, they're much less likely to try and do business in said country. You know, like, that's not... It's literally to foster a more capitalistic investment into different places. So that's why that is. But sure, you go off on how this is all designed to destroy Western civilization or something.
It's really remarkable to see how much the interests of the Democratic Party are played out around the world in a way that's not true for other political parties, where you look at...
Also, can we just like revisit this for a moment? For example, I like that he uses the term here, for example, at the beginning, because this is not actually an example. He's not providing an example. That's not what this is. An example is like an actual, like, you know, demonstration of the claim. And nothing in this is demonstrating the claim.
Are played out around the world in a way that's not true for other political parties, where you look at America's foreign
First, America came for the frogs, and I said nothing.
Policy, or the Black Lives Matter in Korea or Britain, and you're seeing the interests of the American Democratic...
You know, I'm pretty sure there was a scene in 30 Rock that was just a documentary about America's foreign policy. God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs!
Admittedly, if Big Gay Fried Chicken got so popular that it ended up opening a restaurant in Abu Dhabi, that would be very funny.
That would be very funny. I support Big Gay Fried Chicken. And I also support Sake Tanuki. Again, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for supporting stream. I very much appreciate it.
Party becoming world-changing to the entire global ecosystem. The left has such a well-oiled propaganda machine that it's actually really impressive.
This impressed you? All right.
I remember that within a single day of the DNC picking Kamala over Biden, girls on TikTok were making pro-Kamala dances, which we know were paid for by the Democrats. Speaking of social media, the results are horrifying. All over social media, we're seeing leftists literally calling Trump Hitler, and it's not abnormal for completely insane stuff.
Yeah, because he's a fascist. The shoe fits.
A viral trend of women shaving their hair and entering the 4B, or no involvement with men at all, whether sexually, romantically, etc., to protest Trump. I think...
You know what's great is that, like, he's acting like the 4B movement is prominent in America, and it's not at all. Like, at all.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' diplomats gay. Do you understand that? Gay diplomats.
It's true. And you know what? I'm a conservative man.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
Think to myself, what has the Trump administration actually done for you to swear off the entire male sex? Because Trump is probably...
Man, he's really concerned about this. Did he get rejected in a very embarrassing way? Because that's the vibe I get here.
Probably one of the least misogynistic rulers in the regime that works with him of any ever in human history. So if Trump's too misogynistic for you, I'm sorry, look at the rest of the human condition. Things get so much worse from here.
Yeah, maybe we should reject that and make things better. You know, like this is one of the great things I appreciate about about people who wear their hearts on their sleeve like Rudyard. You know, like he's like, well, we're actually the best we could possibly be. It's all downhill from here. And it's like, what a failure of imagination. What an absolute like lack of faith in humanity. Like what a belief that fundamentally human beings cannot be better than our worst instincts, you know? I don't know. I think that's sad.
Supporting bottoms is important.
Exactly, Turtle Choom. Thank you for the $5 of support for bottoms. You know, they need all the support they can get. Also, Paladin Lost, thank you for the $10 dono. I forget if I said thank you, but now I'm saying it. Pink Rose Peanut, currently watching a stream from the hospital. I like your personality. I like you. I hope you feel better soon. And welcome to my stream. Also, I know this doesn't matter at all, but did he genuinely AI generate a picture of Boots? And if so, why? Right? Like, what? Why? Why would this? Why would you do that? Also, Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Pink Rose Peanut. That's very kind of you. Stock photos are woke? I guess so. I just don't I don't understand why you would do that. I don't get it. Anyway.
There's this trend called cute winter boots, basically saying that
Oh, is that why? Did he AI generate cute winter boots? That makes sense. Cute winter boots, we have been wanting. Go grab your friends. Go to a protest. Go to Washington, D.C. itself if you can. Just don't get caught. We won't get a change if we are peaceful. This is a revolution. Yeah, maybe don't post that on TikTok, okay?
leftists need to start buying cute winter boots in order to start carrying out terrorism and violence against Trump's America.
Hey, fun fact. A lot of people on TikTok posted about that, and no violence or terrorism happened in Trump's America as a result. That's crazy.
I find that hilarious, since it's the most feminized way possible to call for war, and it comes.
Well, it's also a pretty smart way of getting around, or maybe weaponizing the way the TikTok algorithm boosts sales content. And then you use that to get your message out to more people.
Comes across like something the Babylon Bee would make as a parody.
Alec Gunther,
Reddit is going viral, with the homepage getting results calling for open rebellion. Reddit is filled with all of these subreddits calling for storming the Capitol, targeting Republicans, or assassinations. Isn't it crazy how the left gets away with...
You know what's crazy is that like all of the Trump assassination attempts were done by conservatives. That's the craziest part to me. But sure, go off, King.
With stuff like this, well, if the right does it, it's a national panic. Also, let's not pretend this stuff can't happen, given how Trump has already faced multiple assassination attempts. As of now, this
again from conservatives
is just a palpable vibe, but there's definitely the energy for the left to revolt or start something. If they do so, it would be the best thing possible for the right, given the left would start with zero plausible deniability, as the right would be in the legal right.
Oh, just because you don't understand someone doesn't mean they are an incel. That's very true, Zuni. This guy, however, is an incel.
Thus would be able to probably get the entire support of the armed forces and the median swing American voter. The left would lose. The only reason they would launch a war like this is the realization that otherwise they will lose for all the reasons mentioned above.
You know, I love that he's like, yeah, the left is going to go to war. It's like, what? With what? Literally, like, what do you mean? Yeah, like, if the left was going to go to war, you'd have to be able to point to, like, the logistical chains of how that would even function. And, like, genuinely what he's imagining seems to be like 100 Antifa super soldiers march on Washington, D.C. Like just the most comedic, ineffectual attempt. And like that's what he has in his mind. God.
In fact, the major wars of the pre-industrial world have started in that one faction realizes that if they don't have a war, they will lose their supremacy through peacetime. This is what happened in the World Wars, the US Civil War, the Crimean War, amongst others, including the classic Thucydides trap, in that this same mechanism is also what started the disastrous Peloponnesian Wars. Thucydides trap is a term used for the US and China in that you start a war to destroy a country because otherwise they will grow stronger than you. The short answer is that I don't know whether or not the left will start a war here, but it is a rational calculation from the...
It's not at all. Yeah, the left will begin by drilling our soldiers in the feminization camps.
Perspective of their leadership caste. Who are the ones who start wars, given they will happily exchange the lives of their followers in exchange for keeping power? What I will also say is that historically, it's vastly rarer to see a large social change occur without a war than with one. In almost every case, large sociological...
Yeah, no, the guys, I didn't just find like a no-name channel to talk about this. This guy has 700,000 subscribers on YouTube. This video has almost 500,000 views. So, like, this guy was on Tim Pool and treated like an expert in this field. In historical analysis. This guy goes on a bunch of different major conservative politics channels. Like, he, for some reason, is a person that other conservatives go, yeah, he's sane and we want him around. God, it's fucking nuts.
Change is spurred by a war, and we're clearly going to see the left lose, so it's more probable than not that we'd have a major war with that. When I look at the things that could be potential casus bellis for this war, I just find them deeply hilarious. First of all, I believe the left to be looking for a casus belli for a war, which means they're looking for a legal, plausible deniability amongst their own followers for why this war is right, and they're not just starting it for no reason. And a black swan is probably the most likely.
Oh, okay. So we're just going like full like Curtis Yarvin. Is that what we're doing? We're doing a butterfly revolution?
Thing to spur that. A black swan is a randomized event you can't predict. But black swans are relatively statistically normal. Secondarily, seeing the leftist hatred of Trump going after their NGO programs and USAID is absolutely hilarious to me, because I've been tracking the left's emotional modulations and their emotional reaction to seeing the government take away their aid money for these various parasitic bureaucratic organizations.
Yeah. You know, it's almost like people don't like it when they see their government taking money away from programs that are single-handedly keeping, you know, like hundreds of millions of people alive. That it's almost like, you know, knowing that these government fucks are, for no reason other than to be cruel, condemning children to starve to death in war zones. It's almost like people don't like that. You know, it's that's crazy to imagine. I know people caring about other people, even in an abstract, but you know, us leftists, we just actually genuinely give a shit about people. Yeah, why are they so hysterical about children dying? Well, keep in mind, Rudyard is almost certainly a white supremacist, and well, let's be clear. The children that are going to be dying are, you know, not as good as the children he wants to keep alive, for one very important, at least in one very important way, to him.
It's so funny because they care so much vastly more about this than actually helping minorities or women or whatever. And I just find it funny that once you take away their NGO money and their bureaucratic money, that's the thing that really drives them crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like defunding different organizations that make sure, people in the United States and abroad aren't just dying unnecessary deaths, makes people upset. It's crazy.
And this is the big spur I consistently find among Reddit and the Democrats that they're most angry about. And
yes. The number one place to go for public opinion, Reddit.
After that, I think the war in Gaza has the potential to be the thing that they start a war over because people are incredibly
If we were going to do that, it would have happened already.
Emotional about Gaza, and I don't really care. It's on a different continent.
Yeah, see, exactly. He does not care if children in another place on the other side of the planet are getting killed by our actions or inactions. They don't. He doesn't give a shit.
I'm not related to any ethnicity involved. Gaza's.
See what I mean? I'm not related to any ethnicity involved. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Saying the quiet part out loud. Yeah, no. He literally has a religious ideology. Like the when we did a deep dive into his very specific religious beliefs, he believes in divine bloodlines. There is something divine that gets passed on generation to generation, and that he is the incarnation of justice from his divine bloodline. He genuinely believes that. He's fucking nuts. He engages in the same kind of Nazi esotericism that actual Nazis engage in,
over because people are incredibly emotional about Gaza, and I don't really care. It's on a different continent. I'm not related to any ethnicity involved. Gaza's a quarter the size of Chester County, which is the relatively small county I'm from in Pennsylvania. It just seems irrelevant to me. But a lot of the left really cares about the Gaza.
Man, it's crazy that you're it's about the size of the place I'm from, and then you just move on as if you can't even conceive of everyone you know and yourself being systematically eliminated in your own home.
A war. And I could definitely see Trump's latest moves to move Americans into Gaza being something that could spur the left because it fits into their colonizer paradigm, and it would be perfect for them to rally their supporters together. Another variable to keep in mind is how delusional, arrogant, and mentally ill the leftist elite are. I've seen statistical surveys of the opinions of upper-class leftist Americans, and they're absolutely insane stuff, like trying to ban cars and washing machines and air conditioning. And I'm thinking to myself, do you understand how much the public would hate you for this? And it's
yeah, except that's not what those policies are. The policy isn't just no more air conditioning. It's certain kinds of air conditioner would be outlawed because they are inefficient, and we need to maximize the efficiency of our civilization so that we stop contributing to global warming. Similarly with cars, it's not like you're going to be arrested for driving a gasoline car, just that we need to stop producing them so that we don't kill the planet. Stuff like that. Stoves, hey, maybe stop gassing yourself inside your home. Maybe we should embrace better stove technology. The entire point about this is that we have better ways to do things now. We need to shift our production to those better things in order to save our planet. That's it. Colonizer paradigm, please provide those sources. Oh, Paladin, he's not going to provide sources. He never does.
For climate reasons. And there's I don't want to say beautiful article on this topic, but it's there that does the statistical survey. And it's one of the most blackpilling things I've read in my life. These traits are what normally occurs in falling empires. And I could see the left starting a conflict like this, assuming that they are
Leftists hit an issue with their arc of history, which is their God in all reality, in which progress has the ability to judge between good and evil. Progress helps progressives, and thus they think they will win since the universe will help them. Again, I know leftists, and this is assumed now, but publicly stated a century ago. Like, no. Sorry, sometimes you gain knowledge and it gets lost via like how society that's like no one would argue this. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Like, I think generally people agree that historically there has been like a leftward progression in our country, but that is by no means a given. You know, that is only done and comes at the cost of sweat, blood, and tears for millions of Americans. And now it's our turn for the sweat, blood, and tears, and we're gonna fucking win because the right is made out of absolute clowns like this guy. You know, like this guy's thinking cannot sustain any kind of civilization, you know? It's crazy. This guy would probably unironically support The Handmaid's Tale, whatever that country is called.
Are vastly stronger than they truly are, and that they have more public goodwill than they do. They've completely closed themselves off to reality, and also their ego wall is so large, while their energy level is so fervid, that I think they can't not go.
Yeah, Gilead, thank you, vegan.
Go out with a bang. When I look at the modern left, I see a tide pulling back. There's a palpable lower energy level in the left today compared to the relentlessly powerful hysteria of a few years ago.
You know, again, there are researchers who like study this. That is not true. There are 3 times as many protests happening now as there were during Trump's administration this far in. Okay? 3 times. And additionally, like, it's just getting bigger, but it's also happening not just in Democratic pockets, but also in rural areas. It is far more widespread this time, and it is far more encompassing, and it is far more persistent. And I believe it's only going to become more so as people begin to genuinely suffer from the tariff situation, at the very least.
This could mean one of 2 things. The first is that they're pulling back for a tsunami, which is what normally occurs with tsunamis. And the second is that
Thanks. They're pulling back for a tsunami, which is what normally occurs with tsunamis. Brilliant prose. You know, you script your videos, right? Like you can do some proofreading and say, maybe I should phrase this a little bit better. You know, I at least have the excuse that I record this live, and so sometimes I'm not as succinct or clever with my wording as I would like to be. But like, you write this down and look at it and say, yep, this is good enough. I demand better for pre-written content.
The water is genuinely getting lower. You guys know that I believe the first, but I have no idea when a war like this would start, and secondarily, I think the idea that the left dies quietly is a completely reasonable and respectable opinion to have. I say the crazy shit so that you don't have to. However, when I look at the left today, I see a movement which has enough will left that they will refuse to die. I believe the left...
What war? The hypothetical war that he thinks is going to happen because leftists are going to be too triggered by Gaza and are just going to do a mass attempt to fight the US military, I guess, which is insane, but okay.
Would literally
the mate suppression wars.
Rather kill all of society than lose, since they've already been doing that for years. They openly say they want a revolution all the time.
Why is there a picture of Destiny on the screen? I can't. This is so unhinged. What the fuck, man?
Take them at their word, since they are constantly saying at this point.
Oh god, I know people are going to say, why are you talking taking Kendrick Lamar seriously when he talks about revolution. First of all, I'm annoyed at how much artistic license we allow blacks and women to have, which white men don't. Secondly, the left clearly do believe the things they say, which is the only way our current reality makes sense. The insane thing is that Kendrick literally says that the revolution was right. It's just the wrong side. That's pretty blatant. What the fuck, man? Oh my god. We give too much artistic license to black people and women? This guy has 700,000 subs. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, this guy is insane for sure. For sure. But that's why I pace our coverage of him, because like I do think it is worth pointing out that this is like a mainstream conservative these days, and I think that's worth pointing out. I think that means something and is useful, but also like they don't have good arguments, and it's like conservatives are just so thirsty for someone that can be confidently wrong. And I think that fundamentally that's why people follow this channel and other conservative channels, but also why a lot of conservatives embrace AI and think AI is like genuinely sentient or like is a super, super useful tool. It's because they genuinely just they appreciate confidence over being correct. And like when you're making decisions about your life, you can't just be basing that off of confidently wrong information. You know? It has to be correct information. God.
Destiny, the biggest leftist streamer, literally said it was morally permissible to shoot Trump voters. The day I wrote this video...
Citation needed, but also... Is Destiny even the biggest leftist streamer? I don't know that he is. And I also wouldn't consider him a leftist.
Video, I saw Kendrick Lamar openly advocating for leftist revolution during the Super Bowl halftime show. The Super Bowl is peak normie. By the way, I'm super happy my home city of Philly won the Super Bowl again. But if the word revolution is used at the Super Bowl, society's about to go to hell. Before a great
yeah, I thought Hasan was the biggest leftist streamer.
Storm, everything is still. Have you noticed the culture has gotten deathly still lately? Almost no...
It's not. We literally... Like, what are you talking about? The culture is deathly... You just talked about one of the coolest Super Bowl shows in modern history. You like, fucking Sinners just came out. Like, we are eating good when it comes to video games. We're playing the dopest tunes, the coolest movies. Like, what are you talking about? Monkey Man came out not that long ago. Fucking Monkey Man. 10 out of 10 film.
No content creators are still putting out content in that almost every public figure has already been discredited. There's almost no new music, culture, video games, or stuff that people consume.
What the fuck are you talking about? Literally more good games are coming out now than ever before. What are you talking about? I'm gonna go see Sinners tomorrow? Hell yeah, Paladin. I've heard that it is cool as shit. God, I just... Yeah, no new video games coming out really breaks me. Like, as a former video game journalist, and someone who... As somebody who still receives, like, gaming PR emails, I can assure you guys, cool shit is coming out in video games all the time. Literally just like a couple weeks ago, on the same day that Oblivion Remastered just like stealth dropped, okay? Claire Obscure came out, and it is one of the coolest, it's some of the coolest shit, okay? I haven't played it yet, but I would love to play it soon on stream. It's cool stuff. Let's go here. Oh, no new video games are coming out, though. God.
Rated M for mature.
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone.
No. She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two.
You're fighting to change things.
For those who come after. Right?
Thought I was used to losing people.
Yeah, me too.
Is this true? Miles with him. We need to go now. Who are you?
I know it seems absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but
she'll never paint again.
Oh, no good games are coming out. No video games. No cool video games are coming out. None whatsoever. Here's a game called South of Midnight.
Between mercy and justice, ain't that right, Hazel Flood? You chose a hard road for yourself.
Hazel, please, it isn't safe.
We got a long journey ahead.
I'm always fast enough.
It's not safe out there, Hazel. If I was the one missing, she wouldn't stop looking.
Crouton?
What the? And this ain't even the weirdest thing I've seen today.
I'm seeing these things.
You can see strands. And now you're looking for a creature. You're a weaver, aren't you?
Hello? There's something big out there.
Take this and go find your mama.
I'll come back.
You better. I gotta know how this tale of Hazel ends. Hazel, no!
This ends now. Mama?
Yeah, no good games coming out, I guess. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, but I've got something just for you, because you know what? there are games coming to Super Nintendo. Look at this. They're making a fucking Doom cartridge for the Super Nintendo this year. 14 new levels in Doom. You can get like a cool, like, modeled cartridge in the collector's edition. Fuck yeah. Wait, Doom wasn't already... This is an upgraded Doom. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show. Also, you know, yeah, but you know, no good games coming out. Is it the actual cartridge? Comrade Girl 2018? Yes, it is a physical cartridge in 2025. All right. It comes with all 4 Doom episodes, circle strafing. It performs better on the Super Nintendo hardware than the original Doom release. It has level codes. It has a new difficulty, and it has Rumble support if you have a controller that supports that. So yeah, it's pretty cool shit. Additionally, no good games came out in 2025. Nothing good is coming out at all. Nothing super hyped or talked about. Oh wait, what's this?
An empty blueprint represents a world of possibilities.
I give and bequeath to my grandnephew all of my right, title, and interest in the house and land which I own near Mount Holly.
A world of dreams and doorways.
Contingent on discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45 from the state.
I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Should my grandnephew fail, then this gift shall lapse.
Anyway, everyone's talking about this game. I don't know if it's my cup of tea, but yeah, it's kind of in that vein of like mist-riven stuff. Yeah. For sure. The show. But no good games came out in 2025. I'm done with the bit. God. Yeah, look, just because Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2 didn't come out again this year, doesn't mean no good games came out, my guy.
Economy is dead, while intellectual creativity has died, and no one has children. First of all, I want you to know, I refuse to die, and I am here for you. I refuse to give up, I will keep making original content, and I refuse to sell out to lies. Growing up,
I refuse to die as well.
My mother would say, life is like riding a horse and it's your duty to die in the saddle. I am yours. I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Indeed.
Secondly, things seem too still to me. This is eerie. This isn't the quiet of spring, where you can hear the little blades of grass popping out of the snow water going into the creek, which is running a bit faster, while the birds have returned from Mexico and they're tweeting. This is the dead quiet before a hurricane, in which the birds have stopped singing, the dog is hiding in the shower, and you have a crippling headache, while the air is still and humid. I don't know how to articulate it, but something feels evil in the air. I try to pray and meditate every day for 20 minutes, and through that process, I try to disentangle my own.
Maybe the spirit world gave him a warning about the future. Maybe the spirit world is telling him that the leftists are going to go to war.
Own desires from the environmental pollutants around me or the crap I'm picking up from my environment, and then also relating my relationship to God. And I use it as a way to emotionally disentangle how I relate to my environment. And it's felt as if we're leaving the age of the zombie and entering the age of the demon. The age of the zombie is lifeless, monotonous, soul-crushing, boring, and soulless. And
you know what? Oddly enough, I agree. We are in the age of the demon. It's just that he kind of thinks demons are not him, or people, with his particular ideology that gleefully cackle when millions of children get put on the chopping block because, they think defunding a bureaucratic organization that keeps them alive is fine for some reason. I think actual demons would cackle at throwing millions of children to their deaths,
all other words related to those on the thesaurus. The age of the zombie over the last decade is how so many people have lost their individuality to the slow press of life today. The age of the demon is when the repressed anger and rage spills out into horrors and terrors. The color of the world turns from a putrid green to blood hot red. There's something in the air that's driving men mad now. Please be careful. Stick with your friends, God, the past, and your ancestors. I promise everything will turn out all right in the end if you just hang in there. Peace.
Oh man, we did it. We finished it. It's fine. We did it. We made it through. Holy moly. You see why we can only talk about this guy like once every, 6 months or so. Cause that was a lot. Is that the end? That's the end. Your ancestors. Yes, Dylan, this guy believes that there is a divine spark passed along in your blood that determines, your sense of justice and your connection to the spirit world. So that's cool. He's so friggin' gross. Yes, I agree. So that's that. The smartest and most hinged conservative. And with that, we have ended the segment. We're done. We're done, baby. You can't make me go back. I'm free. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Zia Spots, thank you for the $5 super
It's
chat.
stunning how bigot incels poetically express their stupidity to great lengths as if the whole world wants to know about them.
Well, Zia Spots, that's because they're the main character. They're the main characters of their story, and they, like the shonen protagonists that they tend to enjoy, like they think that they deserve a love interest. And, the accolades of society and whatnot. I don't need a video covering his mental breakdown because I literally made 3 videos and spent 16 hours going through his mental breakdown. Fan Briggs, thanks for keeping me on the ball with the arm curls. And folks, we have been going for 3 hours. If you have been enjoying or getting anything out of stream, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Having games that function is woke nonsense. I want my games buggy with no internet patching. Exactly. I demand more games like Oblivion. Also, Sake Tanuki, did you see? Did you see that you're getting a Super Nintendo game in the year 2025? I don't know if you saw that or not. Jazz Dog, you're so right. Thank you for invoking this. Go. Click the button. the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Whew, folks, how we doing? How we doing? How we feeling? How we living? I don't know how we spent 2 hours doing that. That was 2 hours going over 20 minutes of content. Jazz Dog killing it in the music production department. Appreciated. I'm here after a Baldur's Gate 3 binge. Hell yeah, Jazz Dog. You in Act 2 yet? The depth of his wrongness is so baffling. Yeah, every time I watch What If Alt His content, it is truly baffling. Like, it's bizarre. You keep making new characters in Act 2. That's fair. That's fair. Whew. Act 1 so amazing. There's a new Genesis game happening. Oh, God bless you, Limited Run. Doing God's work. Slap Fight MD Collector's Edition. Nice. The Allied League of Cosmic Nations depends on you and your SW-745 space fighter to master lasers, missiles, bombs, and shields as you take on cybernetic invaders looking to take over the galaxy. Hell yeah. Strap on for a planetary battle. Mission accomplished. Now, folks, I have a few ideas for what to cover next. However, I'm trying to decide. You know what? I'm just going to do an informal poll. There are two things that I want to perhaps do today. Number one, and I think I want you guys to vote between the options. And it will become a dono goal. Okay? Do you want me to cover Her Take, episode 1? Or do you want me to see me go over, do we want to do like some cult anime? Okay? Do we want cult anime or do we want Her Take? Cult anime is 1. Her Take is number 2. So far, it seems like overwhelmingly cult anime.
Thanks, Jack. Now you made me download South of Midnight for a distraction from shit news.
Hell yeah, sorry you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Okay. So, here's what I'm going to do. We are going to cover... How do I do this? How do I want to do this? You know what? Okay. Boom. Boom, baby. And hey, we'll give it a little bit of an outline so it's more legible. If we hit 60 subs, we will do cult anime. Watch along. It'll be fun. However, until we hit 60...
I downloaded North of Noon. I'm cooked.
There we go. Sake Tanuki getting us off to a start with 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry that you accidentally bought the knockoff North of Noon. Actually, wouldn't that be like a great sequel title? You should copyright that and sell it to them. All right. Let's dive in, shall we? I think this is how we're going to do this. We're going to cover her take until we get 60 subs. Let's go.
Right now.
Oof. Zia Spots, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Appreciate you. All right. Let's go, folks. And you know what? Let's just here, let me copy, paste as a linked source. And then I'm just going to put this down here, but I'm also just going to make it invisible. Because now it's still visible here, but I can update it as people donate. What is her take? Don't worry, Double Chinsey. I'll get you there. Here we go. So, folks, there is a channel that just launched a new show. And it is under the Valuetainment brand. That's right, the Patrick Bet David podcast has now branched off into doing a rival show to The View with conservative ladies who know how to stand their ground, but they're going to have a good time, a lot of laughs, and maybe they're going to learn something along the way. And of course, you have Anna Kasparian, you have Jillian Michaels, you have Lindy Lee, and you have Amy Dangerfield, an all-star, star-studded cast of characters that I'm sure you are all already familiar with and love. And you know what? We're going to start with their very first episode right now.
I love Gamergate 3.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. And I think you meant to say Baldur's Gate 3. But also, appreciate you. Now, the first episode here is titled Gay Makeup Artist Deported, Borders, Books, and Backlash. Her take, episode 1. And I can't wait to dive into it. But before we get too far in, my editor has told me that I should make a call to action. So all of you, if you're enjoying this video so far, or if you plan to enjoy the video, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button on the video, and leave a comment. Because, you know, that's the nice thing to do, and it helps out the channel and we want to get big and strong. Okay, so help us out. Leave a comment. And with that, let's dive in because I can't wait to hear her take. Not his take, not their take, her take.
Right now, Trump has made immigration his end-all be-all, but the rate is so slow because of this judicial slowdown.
Let's talk about the mistake, though, Lindy. Let's talk about the
Damn
mistake.
it. YouTube will not let me say fart as much as I want. Peter Piper picked a peck of poop.
Jesus Christ, what? Thank you for the $5 super chat.
For a second, okay? Because we're talking about
Look
a
how gay
guy
this kid is.
who came into
This
the
is not a
country
gangbanger,
through
guys.
legal means. He's gay, and the reason why he fled Venezuela is because he was terrified that the Venezuelan gangs in Venezuela were going to kill him because he's gay. So hold on, let me finish my point. He had a legitimate asylum claim.
Can we just take a step back and ask the broader question? I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party because my views on immigration have been shifting right. Why is it America's responsibility to grant asylum? Like, why? Why is it our responsibility to...
Because we have treaty agreements under international law to accept asylum
Take my money.
seekers.
This is worse than the Ludovico technique.
Comrade Girl 2018. I don't know what the Ludovico technique is, but thank you for the $10 super chat. Adding it to our pile. Glitchmaster, thank you for the 5 tier 1
This
subs.
is not a cult. Happy Science is not a cult. BWA.
It's true. This Thank you very much.
Take
It's written into law.
I mean, and it's
Like,
something
why
that
do we
was
need to?
revert.
But why do we need to? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something about the idea of like turning away people who are going to be murdered if we don't take them in is horrific and shouldn't be accepted. Like, I don't know. Do you want like other people to just die for no reason? I guess if the answer is yes, then you do want to get rid of asylum.
Right, with the new administration. However, but what about the people who were already...
Like, genuinely, that was like a mainstream take, right? In like the 1930s and 40s in America. People were like, oh, a boat full of Jewish diasporas trying to come to America to flee like being executed in Germany. I don't think so. You have to go back home, sweaty. And then all of them were executed. So, like, I like to think that we learned something from that time period to not do that again. I, for one, am generally pro-life when it comes to people who are fleeing for their lives. You know? Also, goddamn, Paladin. Thank you for the 30 gifted tier 1 subs.
Lindy Lee's bank account is the reason Lindy Lee left the Democratic Party.
That's true.
And Lindy Lee is the reason I'm donating 30 subs to not have to listen to Lindy Lee.
Thank you for the 30 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it very, very much. And I bet chat does too.
Here, and like
You can grandfather them in.
Yeah, but he came in here
Let's
on
grandfather
legitimate
him in.
asylum claims.
Her Take by
Welcome to Her
Valuetainment.
Take. This is Patrick Bet-David's brainchild. And
of course this is Patrick Bet-David's brainchild. Of course. He was sitting around and just was like, yes. You know what? Those View broads, they've had it too good. Okay? We need to have our own conservative The View. All right? We need to have a conservative The View. Yeah, you got Clarice Marie. You got Clarice in there. Thank you so much, Paladin. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate you. And also, sorry, I forgot the drop, Paladin.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
And Patrick Bet-David was just sitting around and saying, you know, we need more dames. We need more dames in the valuetainment umbrella. Because as of course you all know, Patrick Bet-David is the ultimate girl liker.
Yeah, I just really like girls.
And now here we are.
We're pretty excited, guys. I had ChatGPT write up a little description for you of what the show is going to be, and
How are we like a minute into this and I already hate it so much? Jillian Michaels, you couldn't even like sit down and write what you thought the show was gonna be about? You had to have ChatGPT say it? Why not just have ChatGPT do the show? Why not have it take a shit for you while you're at it? God.
I already got in trouble with Lindy because I didn't use Grok. So the debates have...
I hate this. I hate this with basically every fiber of my being. Lazy American fascism is maybe in the most infuriating form of like this conservative brain rot, but like maybe the laziness is going to be like the saving grace that doesn't lead to us all being in like the camps or whatever. I did not pre-watch this. I have not pre-watched a goddamn second of this. This is genuine reaction. Okay?
Already begun, but the bottom line is you've got real conversations that happen here. Different voices collide, clash, and sometimes even connect. There are no scripts except for this one.
What do you mean connect? Are you guys gonna date each other? Because that, I guess I could get behind that. That'd be more interesting.
Show with no echo chambers and just smart and spirited debates. Ladies.
Yeah, exactly, Minty Treasure. It turned out that Jillian Michaels was the real biggest loser all along. Patrick Bet David watching Anna on Jillian's podcast. Well, these two have absolutely no shame. Can we find two other women with absolutely no dignity? Exactly.
Please introduce yourselves briefly.
I'm Anna Kasparian. I'm the host and executive producer of The Young Turks, and I'm super excited to be here.
I do wonder if Anna's basically like their token liberal, like the five on Fox News.
Jillian Michaels, I do lunges for a living, so I'll be contributing that later.
I'm Lindy Lee. I'm a political strategist who recently left the Democratic cult.
Awesome. I'm Amy Dangerfield. I've been working for Valuetainment for a couple of years now in the media distribution department.
All right, guys, are you ready to jump in?
Let's do it.
You know, does Amy go through like a lot of effort to hide her Australian accent? Because like she'll be talking and then suddenly the Australian accent will come out? Or is that just like a thing that happens sometimes with Australian accents? I don't know.
We are going to start with Judge Hannah Dugan. So, Anna, you want to set this one up for everybody? What's going on here?
Sure. So this story is definitely catching a lot of attention because of the fact that a judge got arrested by the feds because of the fact that she was unwilling to cooperate with ICE, which had a warrant.
Okay, also, they clearly have a big room in which they're recording. You can hear a bit of an echo. Like, was the intention here to have like a live audience?
To arrest and detain an undocumented immigrant who was actually being heard during this hearing because of the fact that he had severely beaten someone by punching them 30 times.
Oh, one was a woman, right? The guy's girlfriend he punched out.
Interestingly enough, there was two people tried to intervene as he was beating the crap out of this guy. The guy apparently asked him to turn the music down. He had, the man in question is Eduardo Flores Ruiz. Entered the country illegally not once but 2 times.
Right.
And the reason why he was in court is because he severely beat someone, punched him in the face 30 times because the guy asked him to turn his music down. At that point, his girlfriend tried to intervene to stop it. He then proceeded to beat her, and then a third person intervened, and that third person was also assaulted by this guy. So basically, ICE showed up. They had a warrant to detain him as he was in court. But the judge, for whatever reason, thought it would be a great idea to assist him in evading ICE. allowed him to leave or exit the building through the jurors' entryway, and then ICE basically had to chase the guy to detain him. A week later, the federal government decided, no, she needs to face charges, and they arrested her.
This is absolutely disgusting. Can we please show a picture?
Are there chemicals in blonde hair dye that remove empathy? And genuinely, no idea. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Balthazar. I appreciate it.
What the judge looks like, so everyone can see who is masquerading as a servant of the justice system. This person is subverting everything in the name of, frankly, an illegal alien who shouldn't.
Jesus
Of course,
Christ.
Jack didn't pre-watch this. Why would she subject herself to it twice?
Yeah, I'm not going to do
also,
that.
Valuetainment really makes me think it's the surefire home of high-level intellectual discussion. Can't wait.
I'm getting a lot of value for my tains.
Not be here. Look at her. I mean, come on. This is just, it's a complete desecration.
I love that Lindy Lee's contribution here is just that this judge is an uggo. Like that's your criticism? Really?
Of everything that we believe in. And I'm speaking as a naturalized
Just
immigrant
look
who came
at
here
her.
the right way. I'm insulted. My family waited years to come here. We, like you, actually, like my friend Amy, we both did things the right way. We didn't hop the line.
Yeah.
We didn't storm the southern border,
It cost
right?
a lot of money. It took a lot of time, and
Came through JFK Airport. My family created hundreds of jobs. We weren't parasites or leeches on the system. This is the way.
Not
More
parasites.
like value-tainment.
Or leeches. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, yes.
It should be done.
Well, look, I think this particular case goes beyond someone simply entering the country illegally.
Right.
I also don't love using words like parasites to refer to human beings, but putting that aside, this is.
You agreed to be on this show with this lady. You knew what you were getting into here. This is not like you jumped into an unknown.
Someone who has committed violent crimes, who has no problem literally punching someone in the face 30 times. Like, I get that left-wingers, Democrats want to always do the opposite of what the Trump administration wants, but let's take a beat and really reevaluate what's being defended here by Democrats.
What? His ability to be here is not. It's not like, hey, if you have like asylum or if you're here on like a green card or something, like that's supposed to be independent from whether or not like your criminal acts. You know, like you're not supposed to just have your citizenship or your ability to stay in a country revoked because like you did a misdemeanor crime. That's not like that kind of falls under cruel and unusual punishment, generally speaking. You know, like
Lindy is lying. Her family sought and was granted asylum as illegal immigrants in England after fleeing the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, that's so interesting, Paladin. But that doesn't count because it's in the UK. That's in England. It's a different thing. It's different somehow. God. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Why is it being defended? That is more so my
Yeah.
question. We understand that sometimes, just like legal citizens of this country, immigrants do terrible things. I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe the parasitic label is going a little too far. However,
I don't think so in the case of
Wait
white
till
people.
they find out people are realizing that billionaires and fascists are the real leeches on society.
That's true. That is 100% true.
I understand that, but I'm saying labeling immigrants overall. My question for you, being somebody who's more so on the left side of things, what is with the left's position to want to defend these people literally till the ends of the earth when parasitic behavior, and I'll give you that label for this person, is fully on display? Why do they want to defend it so much to the point that they're literally concealing and trying to get this person out of the judge?
I'm just also going to throw this out there that being charged with a crime is not the same as being found guilty of a crime. You know, that's kind of why we have a criminal justice system, in order to establish guilt or innocence in these cases. Just throwing that out because that seems to be pretty important.
Chambers through a backdoor entrance.
I
It's
think
insane.
the country had a problem with hyperpartisanship prior to Trump, but Trump basically took that issue and now it's on steroids. And so when your brain is so broken that you're unwilling to agree with the Trump administration on something that's totally agreeable, which is bringing this guy who's here illegally to justice and deporting him, you've lost the plot, right? So I'm in favor of immigration. I think that immigration is what makes this country great. Obviously, I want legal immigration. I also understand that some people are going to try to enter illegally. There are people here with undocumented status who have been here for decades, who have contributed to this country, who have contributed and been productive members of society.
I think we need Native American.
Yeah,
and literally, right?
Yeah, and
Armenian parents,
Armenian parents. I
immigrants.
mean, my parents came in legally, but look, I just think we have a broken immigration system, and I think we need to make it easier for people who want to come here and build, not only build lives for themselves, but contribute to making this country great. We need to have avenues in which they can do that legally.
That doesn't really exist right now.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. No
But that
middle
doesn't address the
ground.
fact that you cannot have these judges who are placed in positions of power acting like these vigilante warriors. It's just so inappropriate. And Trump derangement syndrome is real.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate for you here, though, for just a moment, because I happen to agree with all of you regarding this particular incident. However, I could point to several others. For example, a Trump-appointed judge, okay, and her name was, I believe it was like Stephanie Garrett. Does this ring a bell? She had a kid who was 20 years old, who crossed the border as an unaccompanied minor, forgive me. And they struck a deal with DHS where they said, listen, these kids are now applying for asylum. You can't deport any of them right now until their asylum case can be adjudicated.
Right.
The kid is not a gang member. Right. He was arrested once for drugs, not dealing drugs, doing drugs. And out of the country he goes, and a Trump-appointed judge was like, no, bring him back. Then you've got the gay makeup artist, who I briefly referenced yesterday.
You know, it's just, can I just say, you can just say makeup artist? Continually saying the gay makeup artist starts to come across as really weird. As opposed to, which other makeup artist that was deported, you know? Were there a whole bunch? Did they grab, I don't know, 15 different makeup artists? Is that what happened? Double Chinsey, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Tristan Brez, thank you for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. You guys have exceeded the threshold. However, I do want to get through 2 more minutes of this because I feel like that's enough for a segment. Let's go.
And this one, guys, I'm with you on 99% of this, but this is where Trump goes off the rails.
I agree with you on that.
All right, there's a kid, his name is Christian. He's a gay Venezuelan makeup artist, a theater enthusiast, comes over from, as mentioned, Venezuela, all right? And he gets scooped up by ICE because he has 2 tattoos that actually mean mother and father.
Correct, yeah.
But they misinterpret them as gang tattoos. He applied for asylum upon entering the country. They deport him to El Salvador, that's not his country, to a prison. He's not a criminal. Then it's ordered to bring him back.
Right.
And not just any prison,
they
a mega
won't
prison.
do it. And this is where I would say to anybody who's 100% for this mass deportation, what about that? Why is that happening? Someone answer that question
Because the
for me.
process is so
This whole
slow
gay
right now that
makeup artist thing is making me chuckle IRL. Fart you fart.
Why are you gay? What? What I even? Why are you on this fart train? I don't understand. But thank you for the $5 super chat. God.
Also, calling out the fact that your makeup artist is gay is like calling out Broadway dancers.
Right?
Do you want cis-het makeup artists? How tragic.
Yeah, you telling me all these ladies trust their hair to cis straight people? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a goddamn second. Except for Amy. I think Amy Dangerfield might. For reasons. Also, Dead Domain, thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're taking a look at this conservative shit show.
Mistakes are bound to happen. Like, I think it's like a few 100,000. There's the kid. He's deporting.
There it is. That
Trump
kid is gay. Does that look like a friggin'
Wait,
gay?
Can I please finish?
Look at him. Obviously he's gay. You can always tell. Oh man. Okay, we're cooking with this show.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
So, like, right now, Trump has made
Also, his name isn't Christian. I'm sorry. That's completely correct. His first name is Gay, and his second family name is Makeup Artist. It's an unconventional naming scheme, to be sure, but
immigration his end-all be-all, but the rate is so slow because it's
he has a tail like all the gays do.
Judicial slowdown.
Right.
He's encountering so many impediments. So he's trying to accelerate the process, and by virtue of that, mistakes are going to be made.
Yeah, but like maybe we shouldn't accelerate the process if mistakes are going to be made like that, huh? Huh?
I hope to God the makeup artist is okay, frown.
I hope so too. I hope so too.
But his base doesn't care. They don't care.
Why are you gay?
Let's talk about the mistake, though, Lindy. Let's talk about the mistake for a second, okay? Because we're talking about a guy who came into the country through legal means, okay? Applied for asylum, did so through legal means. He's gay, and the reason why he
gay makeup artist is a Riverboat Jack lore ass name. It really is. That needs to be one of the dono chatters for sure.
Venezuela is because he was terrified that the Venezuelan gangs in Venezuela were going to kill him because he's gay. So hold on, let me finish my point. He had a legitimate asylum claim. And if you want to talk about like, oh, well, mistakes were made, we're talking about a guy who was sent to an El Salvadorian prison where he's probably being abused in all sorts of ways because of the fact that he's gay.
We don't even know if he's
Okay,
alive.
can we just take a step back and ask a broader question? I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party, because my views on immigration have been shifting right. Why is it America's responsibility to grant asylum? Like, why? Why is it our responsibility to take people
It's written into law.
Because we agreed to do that when we signed treaties with many countries around the world. We agreed to adhere to international law. Most countries adhere to asylum.
I mean, and it's
like,
something
why
that
do
was
we need to?
reversed.
Like, I hope Anna feels some level of regret about being on this show. Like, I'm not going to hold out a lot of hope for that, but like, this is embarrassing. It's literally called the UN Convention on Human Rights. Yeah, but do we really need human rights, Paladin? Do we really need human rights? Does a country of humans need human rights? I don't think so. I agree with Trump on this one.
Worked, right, with the new administration. However, but what about the people who were already here? And like
We can grandfather them in.
Yeah, but he came in here on legitimate asylum claims.
Exactly.
And we had this conversation at dinner, and you were telling me about this. I nearly didn't believe you. I'm like, are you sure he didn't do anything wrong? No, Jillian, I know. I went home and I did my own research, and honestly, I'm really saddened by this case, and we need to have some type of recourse in place where it should be measure twice, cut once, but in the instance where there are mistakes, we do need to have a system in place of recourse,
100%.
and especially
Get him back.
And there's many people who are speaking out about this.
Yes, I agree.
Stopping you from saying, okay, we've got a big task at hand.
I don't know, lady. Maybe they're a bunch of fascists who want to get as many people who are not white out of this country as possible.
You can even smear the Biden administration as much as you want. They let 300,000 people in a month. Millions came over. Tons of gotaways. If 1% of them are criminals, which I was told by Brandon Judd, who previously ran the border, that's too many. 140,000 criminals, Chinese national, like terrorists, we get it. Gang members, no good. But when someone goes, yeah, no, that guy, gay makeup artist, mistake,
What the fuck? This is the country of immigrants and we help people? That's the whole damn point of immigration, to help people escape from terrible places they're discriminated in? Yeah, but like, keep in mind, conservatives think that the damn immigrants are taking our gerbs. You know, they've been inundated with that kind of brain rot, and they do not care to Google debunk it.
Google debunkers.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
Bring him back.
And that's the
Whoopsie.
thing. That's the thing that I don't really understand about this administration, because in the areas in which Trump is,
do you really not understand it? Do you really not? Like, you don't get it? You had no idea this was gonna happen? It's just a goddamn mystery.
was actually seen favorably, right, on immigration, for instance. He's actually now losing a lot of goodwill among Americans, independents in particular, who are like, yeah, this immigration issue under Biden is untenable and we need to do something about it. Trump comes in, he has a high approval rating when it comes to immigration policies because of these mistakes and the administration's unwillingness to right these wrongs.
Hot take, I don't think you should be automatically judged as bad because you're in a gang. True! It's almost like your affiliation should not automatically paint you as a bad person. It depends on what you do. Though I will say, if you're in an ideological gang of some kind, like, say, a neo-Nazi gang, I am going to judge you as a bad person.
Wrongs and take ownership of their mistakes. He's starting to lose favorability on the areas in which he's most popular.
I think people are just so angry about what happened over the past 4 years.
Let's talk about why. Why don't we lay out why that's so bad for everybody? The difference of illegal immigration and legal immigration.
Exactly. Let's be honest about what happened here.
Right, very different.
And again, because coming in as a legal immigrant and coming in as a refugee and seeking asylum, completely different.
Let's talk about what happened.
Because why would you use the word parasite? Elaborate on that.
Well, I'm talking about why people are so angry right now.
I get it.
Because Biden fucked up. He truly did. And he lied to everybody saying that we needed a bipartisan immigration bill. No, we needed a president who was willing to actually, close our borders to make sure that we had a sensible immigration system. Biden just...
Yeah, because as everyone knows, you can't have a sensible immigration system unless you shut down the border. You have step one, shut down the border. Step two, have a sensible immigration system. It's not like you could just pass laws that reform the immigration system without shutting down the border. That would be crazy.
Didn't do any of that. And he let all these millions of people in, and they're a drain on our resources. And I live in a big city.
They are, by the way, I'm just going to stop here. This is about as much as I can take. They're immigration, both documented and undocumented, is not a drain on our resources. Immigrants, whether they are documented or undocumented, contribute to our economy. They pay taxes. Undocumented immigrants actually contribute more to our economy because they don't actually get any of the benefits from paying into various systems like Social Security or Medicaid. They don't get that benefit. And so they wind up just paying and not really receiving those benefits. And on top of that, they are economically productive. They do not bring down the costs. They do not bring down wages in the communities in which they operate, in which they live and work. In fact, for most people, they raise wages by working in those areas. Your wages are higher because of immigration both of undocumented and documented people. This is just a fact. You can look up the most conservative studies you want on undocumented immigration. Even they begrudgingly admit that undocumented immigration helps our economy. Okay? And I know that because I've looked. And there is one group of people that is negatively impacted even slightly by undocumented immigration. And you want to know what that is? It's adults who never graduated from high school And even when you take that into account, they are harmed by like 0.05%, something like that, or maybe 0.5%, or not 0.5, 0.5%. It is vanishingly small, and all other areas of society are, wages go up. The entire premise that like, oh, the undocumented immigrants are making wages go down, they're making your life worse, they're stealing the jobs, that is as old as dirt. That lie perpetuated itself after the end of the Civil War. It was a lie spread by bosses in order to keep their employees from working together to raise their wages. It was a lie designed to break apart solidarity, and instead of having workers looking at their bosses as one unified whole, looking at each other and blaming each other for their wages not going up. It is simply propaganda, and it's propaganda that's like 150 years old. So like, I don't know, I think maybe it's time to like advance beyond that a little bit, especially now that we have like facts and data that show it's just not true. And also just something to consider. Do I have the number here? Yeah, undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Undocumented immigrants on a yearly basis contribute almost $100 billion to this country, and they get remarkably little back. And honestly, my response to that information is to say they should get benefits from paying their taxes. We should provide them a pathway to citizenship. That's what we should do. And yet, we continue to try and treat them as if they're the big problem in society, when really, when you look around and you look at who might be fucking over workers the most, the very obvious answer is the billionaires. It's the Sam Altmans, the Elon Musks, the people who are taking hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in government contracts, your money, in order to throw it all away on profit margins for their investors. I think that's pretty obviously where the money is going, and it's not going to undocumented immigrants. Yeah, Peter Thiel, Jeff Bezos. Because, hey, they want to buy a third island, a third Epstein Island, even. So, yeah, that's the dynamic that's playing out here. Hearing this lady call working people who work hard every single day to put food on the table of their families parasites, when the real parasites are the ones wearing, $1 million suits and strutting in front of the cameras and throwing Nazi salutes at Republican rallies. That grinds my gears a little bit, So, that being said, this show's garbage. And I think we're going to be... that was my bad. That was my bad. I hit the soundboard wrong. I meant to hit a note for when the segment was done, but just real quick, I want to see if they talk about this the entire time, just real quick, because this is a long show, an hour and a half.
Because speech needs to be protected. If we believe in our constitutional rights, we must protect
violence.
them.
It's tough to litigate this without.
Where has he incited violence, though?
A tribute to Yahya Sinwar.
That's inherently.
Pull that up. It's in the Substack.
Exactly.
It's in the CUAD Substack. And it says like a tribute to Yahya Sinwar. Like, forget it.
We have Klan members in this country. Klan members are protected by the First Amendment. And by the way, they should be until they act on it. If they actually carry out violence, that's when they're prosecuted. But their speech is protected, and it should be protected.
Here's the question.
You know what? Rare Anna W. Good job, Anna. But I feel like you're gonna flame out on this show pretty quick. Oh, good. It's the fucking pronouns section of the show.
Pronouns are like the weather. They change depending on how I feel. This is not a healthy message to be sending children. Not only that,
man,
fucking pronouns
have invaded the conservative view clone. Okay.
There was another thing that was quoted in an article.
By the way,
where in the book they were.
But that's if that's in there, you're correct.
And also, not only that, within a book they were actually asked to engage in an activity where I believe it was grade 2 children were instructed to pick out certain words. The words were inclusive of things like drag queen, leather, underwear.
Yeah. All right, that's outrageous.
Yeah.
Why is that outrageous? Kids should probably be able to pick out a drag queen, know what leather is as a concept, and also know what underwear is. If your kid is in 2nd grade and doesn't know what underwear is, there's a big problem going on. You know? I don't know. Anyway, cool. A bigoted segment that Anna can get in on.
And that, so she should be celebrated on the basis of your work that you're doing to get to transgenderism.
I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on this.
Oh, wow. A whole like half hour on transgenderism. Truly, our riches bubbleth over.
But I think what makes her different is she might be the first United States Congresswoman who's transgender.
She is.
Oh, she might. Oh, okay. They're talking. Okay, great. They're talking about the first trans person in Congress. At least the first openly trans woman in Congress. Cool.
I'm pretty sure that she is.
Historic.
That was the whole debate with Nancy Mace trying to change the Capitol Hill bathrooms and all of. Yeah, she's absolutely the first trans
I can't believe I'm again the person saying it. For me, it's not an accomplishment to be that.
I agree. I completely agree with you. I agree 100%. And I agree with what you said as well, Jillian. I think that maybe at the time when you've been relegated to the back of society and people don't care about you and you're disparaged and this and that, it makes sense to take the opposite turn when you're trying to make people accepting. Hence Pride back in those days. But nowadays, what rights do gay, trans, lesbian people...
How can you say that? How can you say that while talking about this story and spending 40 minutes on this? On the topic of trans people and talking about how, like, oh man, gender fluid people, it's disgusting that people learn about this, and then say, like, what rights do people, what rights do they not have? I don't understand. How are they discriminated against? I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Like, as if you weren't, like, actively being bigoted on this show, you know? Also, like, you mentioned Nancy Mace here. Nancy Mace, like, said the T slur to, like, uses slurs in Congress to refer to Sarah McBride. Like, oh, but what rights? Would you be saying that if someone was dropping, like, the N-word in Congress towards a black Congress member? I don't think you would. I don't think you'd be like, oh, where's the discrimination? I think you'd be pretty fucking, you'd be able to nail that one on the head, you know?
Not have, if anything, they're more of a protected class than the average person. I make the same argument when people say, oh, there's so much misogyny and the women, they're so prevented from being able to have the same what is preventing you as a woman from having success?
Hey, just real quick, why do you have to have an all-women show instead of just going on and being a recurring member of the Patrick Bet David podcast? You know, like, you work at Valuetainment, right, Amy? So why aren't you a recurring regular member of the Patrick Bet David podcast? Why did you need an all-women spin-off of the Patrick Bet David show? I don't know. I'm just spitting ideas out there. Why did you need a all-women answer to The View?
On the Democrats and all of this wokeism and craziness.
All right, I'm done. We're good. Whew, that was congrats, Anna. You're really going up in the world. What an accomplishment. Really building up the profile of all these other shows you're on. Yeah, Patrick Bet David has binders full of women he cherishes. They attack all of the alphabet mafia. They just go down the list, and their conclusion was they aren't straight people. Why aren't there straight people in the LGBTQ community? There literally are. Wait, but there literally are straight people in the LGBTQ community. There are straight trans people. Like, at the very least, you don't even have to get into like the plus section to get into that. God damn it. I'm going to do an hour of voice training just to spite her take. Yeah, fair stuff. God. What a hateful show. What a bunch of hateful, bigoted people. They meant cishet? Yeah, of course they meant cishet, but like they would never say cis. They just say straight, right? Whoo, boy, that was a lot. I actually don't think I've met a single straight trans person, but I'm sure they exist. I know a few. I know a few straight trans ladies. I wonder what they think about asexual people. They probably don't. It would probably break their minds to even like meet an asexual person. And honestly, if they did meet an asexual person, they would just say, "Oh, you just haven't met the right person yet." So that's her take. Stay tuned. I'm sure we'll talk about episode 2 at some point, but this was unbearable. So again, congrats to everyone involved. I'm sure your careers are about to just take off, take flight. And I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. We did it! Huzzah! Huzzah forever! And now we're free. We're free to do a segment on the Happy Science Cult's anime films. It's time to learn about propaganda for a new age cult that's in Japan and regularly sends representatives to talk with the Republican Party here in America. Huzzah! And I'm going to use the bathroom before we dive in. I'd encourage you all to use that time to get snacks, beverages, maybe hit a little bit of the marijuana if that's your thing, or an alcoholic beverage, because honestly, that's probably the best way to approach the upcoming segment. And I think this time we're actually going to hit like a film, like a movie, as opposed to like a last time. The one we watched was basically like a kind of like a Silmarillion type thing where it just kind of went through like the lore of the Happy Science Cult, and it's bizarre as hell. So thanks for the fun tonight. You're welcome, vegan. I will be right back after I do these arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is Thomas Edison coming back? Genuinely, I have no idea. Whew. Genuinely, we have reached the limits of my Happy Science knowledge. I don't know what's in these other movies. Oof. All right, I will be RB. I'll leave you with some music, though. And BRB, everyone.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
they're looking at your boast, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water, no more water, no more water,
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen following behind.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time.
Hello, Entrama! How'd your job interview go? Oh, Rhyme Jack! I just saw your comment! I just saw your comment from before I left. I'm so sorry. That's so good. The Silly Marillion. That's so good. Did I check out the new Sweet Myths? I have not seen the new Sweet Myths music video. I'd like to watch it when Sweet Myths is actually in chat, though. Hello! Went and watched Maple Takes while you were on break. The debate is ridiculous. What is Maple Takes? A Twitch live streamer? Ah. Canadian socialist streamer. Excellent. You bought Wallpaper Engine, now you have an awesome Luigi's Mansion wallpaper. Excellent. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for an adventure into the wild and the absurd? I think the one we're gonna watch, we have a couple different options here. The Mystical Laws, The Rebirth of Buddha, The Golden Laws, Hermes Winds of Love. And the other option is basically starting a 3-part series titled The Laws of the Universe. So, I'm not sure which one we should start with, because I know nothing about all of them. I'm thinking Rebirth of Buddha is probably a story about, like, the cult founder. I think we should do The Mystical Laws. I think that one might be fun. What context do you need to know? Okay, here, I'll don't worry. So, folks, there we're gonna continue. I flubbed it. I'm sorry. So, folks, we are continuing our deep dive into cult propaganda, and this time we're looking at a movie called The Mystical Laws. It's an anime film developed by Happy Science, and as many of you know, we've been doing a deep dive into Happy Science. I put out a video not too long ago, basically going into their connections with the Republican Party, their various beliefs, and basically their cult structure. And it is some interesting stuff, and I encourage all of you to go watch that video. But whatever context you need to know is that essentially Happy Science is a cult that's public facing. Ideas and presentation are that they value scientific progress and also are very socially conservative, and also they are trying to take a lot of what the evangelical Christian nationalists in America have done, and they're trying to do the same thing with Happy Science in Japan. It's part of kind of the new age Japanese cults that have sprung up. There has been a long-term rivalry between Happy Science and other cults, to the extent that the leader of Happy Science was targeted for assassination with a deadly chemical attack that he survived. However, the cult that perpetrated that attack went on to do one of the largest acts of terrorism in Japanese history. And so Happy Science has aims to build its own school system in Japan. They are working on getting their university accredited. And their various beliefs are essentially that reincarnation is real, but also there are multiple heavens you can go to. Yes, the Shinrikyo. Rikyo. Yeah. Targeted the Happy Science cult leader for assassination. And essentially they believe reincarnation is real, that Thomas Edison is one of their archangels. Helen Keller is also an archangel. They also seem to have an obsession with whiteness. And being white, there's some kind of white supremacy ideologies incorporated into it. Isn't that a Hindu philosophy? Yes, but you see, they believe in reincarnation and aliens, and also that their cult leader is the reincarnation of Buddha and also Jesus and a lot of other things that for most Hindus do not believe. It's a lot of shit that is frankly difficult to explain, and that's why I encourage you all to watch that earlier video that I put out, because I did do my research on it. It is very good, but also the cult is wacky as hell. And one of the main ways they've gotten their propaganda out in the past is through producing anime films that incorporate elements of their belief structure into the plots and storylines. The one we covered last time was called I believe it was the Golden Laws, or the Laws of the Sun, rather. And it's essentially just a breakdown of everything that the cult believes, barely any story structure whatsoever. And, reaffirms that, like, they believe that, like, their leader is like the supreme being of Earth, and I think also may have been the supreme being of Venus. And the supreme beings here are just like the original primordial life form that existed on each planet. It's a whole thing. Yeah, there were plant animals on Venus. That was cool. I liked seeing those in a movie. Anyway, we're getting into some wacky territory, so let's just check it out, shall we? Let's just see what's cracking. But snuggle up with a blank. I want a blankie. I'll be right back. I got a blankie. Sorry. Now I can also be cozy and cover cult propaganda. There we go. I should probably button this button. It's dangerously unbuttoned. All right. Is this like the golden laws of the hidden Roman city? Well, yes, we also learned in an earlier film, The Laws of Eternity, that if you think negative thoughts, you will go to hell in the afterlife. And once you're in hell, you have to hang out with Nietzsche's. And what was it? Nietzsche's and Blittler? Like, what was it? It was Nietzsche's and legally distinct Hitler, right? Who can summon like demon elephants? No, not Nietzsche. That's a philosopher. This was Nietzsche's. Nietzsche's and Hitler. Definitely not Nietzsche and Hitler. Definitely not those guys. Legally distinct versions of those guys. Edison is an archangel. He's up in the highest level of heaven. Okay. Don't forget, I will never forget the Planimals. I see. Yeah. And only if you're the specialist, goodest boy can you get all the way up to the highest level of heaven. Okay? Yeah, you wouldn't want to be sued by the estate of Hitler. All right. So we're going to jump into the mystical laws and... I should read like a synopsis. The Mystical Laws movie synopsis? Okay, from IMDb. All right. When the earth and mankind are in danger, you will learn about the mystical laws that rule the world you live in. I should also point out that each one of these movies was written by Ryuho Okawa, the leader of the Happy Science cult. He actually wrote all of them, and that's maybe why they're a bit wacky, to say the least. And I should also point out can I just say, yeah, here we go. In 2010, he claimed to have written and published 52 books in a single year and possessed the Guinness Book of World Record for most books written in 1 year by an individual. So that's just a thing to know about him. He was just shitting out books every goddamn day. And let's go. I'm excited to see what the mystical laws are. 52 books in a year. That is what he claimed. $2020X. Oh boy, we are really starting out in a direction I did not expect. Oh my god. Okay. Oh man.
In the 2020s, a coup occurred in the Republic of East Asia, which had become the world's most powerful nation, both in terms of the economy and military. Tathagata Killer from the army assumed the imperial title, establishing the Godam Empire. Through absolute information control...
I'm sorry, the Godam Empire? The Godam
Quick
Empire?
before Dr. Wowie attacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Takes on a whole new meaning. Oh my god. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. I know it's a manji, it's just funny.
Empire. The people feverishly welcomed the emperor, who advocated the idea of a unified world. Once a superpower, the United States of America, its glory long gone, and even the United Nations could only watch from the sidelines. The plan...
Oh no. Our glory long gone. Oh dear. It is 2020X. It could be any day now.
Planet Earth was rapidly accelerating toward a unified world by dictatorship.
Is everyone here? Are you all listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at Izumo, we will learn about the many sites related to ancient myths.
You know, Izumo has strong ties with the gods.
Who cares? I'm hungry.
What? You have heard of the Yamata no Orochi, right? Oh, I know the
Who cares? I'm hungry. Let's follow that guy. I hope he's the main character.
story, the one in ancient myth.
Huh?
The Yamata no Orochi, a huge serpent monster with 8 heads, and its tail also split into 8. It swallows people whole.
What?
It is said to have lived around here.
Around here?
What?
But that's only a myth, right? There are no monsters. No way.
Well, yes, way. Look over there. Huh? Huh?
Whoa. Children, pay attention.
Look over there.
Man, look! The Yamata no Orochi!
Holy shit!
What are you children? Huh? What is that?
All images and footages uploaded online.
National Cyber Center, enhanced monitor on Japan's server. Komatsu, no scramble.
All online images and footages deleted.
Not detected by the Japanese Self-Defense Forces or the American Pacific Command.
As you see, it is perfect.
Unbelievable. Not even visible to ultrasonic detectors. That'll allow us to sneak under enemy aircraft carriers without a trace.
Miss Leica-chan, how were you able to get all of this technology?
All is confidential.
All
except
this
to the technical
technology.
team, even to us officials.
Ms. Leica-chan. Well done. I expect you.
To be clear, they don't think the Nazis are bad. They think the Chinese are bad. You see the difference? You see why all of these evil businessmen, question mark, look a certain way? Yeah.
Your continued cooperation.
Why is he a cyborg? No spoilers.
Reporting from from Bubai, the capital of Nantai. At the break of dawn, the Godam Empire started its invasion on Nantai. Oh, the Godam Empire has released a statement. Nantai has been a long property of the Godam Empire, thus will not accept any intervention from the International Society. Ah!
No
what?
cameras!
Stop! No!
Earth Doctors!
Julia.
Oh, show! On this bed!
Please don't worry. You're safe here now. Julia, please help me. Take good care of her. She's not injured. She may have lost her family.
I'm sorry, wait. You're in a crisis situation and you don't, like this person isn't actually injured? What?
Show, please, stay with her a bit.
There you go now. How about something warm to drink?
Chief Urano.
The entire Nantai Island taken down in just 3 days. We Earth Doctors are allowed here under the international treaty, but...
Under surveillance, of course.
We'll probably be kicked out in a day or two.
But...
I mean, they also don't like Nazis, but like, the point of the Godam Empire is less Nazis and more China. They also don't like China.
There are still so many injured here, and we must do everything we can to find those missing.
That too, but the general's here.
What? Really? The general is?
Shh. The general? You mean?
Yes, the general is the head of Earth Doctors. No, the head of the secret society, Hermes Wings.
Hey, he's usually behind heavy doors of
Hey,
headquarters
everyone!
in New York.
You know that
Hardly
leader of the
makes
secret
appearances.
society?
Even I've only seen him once from afar.
But he came out here and put his life on the line. Wow!
The situation is that grave. Urano, Team Chief, sir.
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you very much for your visit.
Is there anything you need?
Everything.
We must try to make the best of what we have.
Julia, sir.
Hello, Julia.
Sho Shishimaru, sir. At this rate, Japan will be occupied in less than 1 week.
What?
Oh, damn.
No way. That can't be.
You seem really happy about that, sir.
Since when have you been our member?
It's been 3 years, sir. I would really like to help other people.
Am I too loud?
Sho, I'm glad we met.
Sir.
I'll turn myself down a little bit, I'm sorry.
No, it's nothing, sir. Just please, be careful.
Gosh, I actually spoke with the general. But hey, why was he staring at your face, Sho? You've met, no? Right? Sho?
It must be nothing. It's nothing.
Why is he staring at your face? Why is he talking to Robert Oppenheimer?
They sunk? I see. I will inform the Prime Minister immediately. Prime Minister, the Godam Empire has sunk the U.S. Navy aircraft carriers in Japan's territorial waters. 2 U.S. Navy aircraft carriers en route to Nantai were sunk by the Godam Empire, citing unacceptable intervention. It's
an important thing to note about Happy Science is that they also very much support the remilitarization of Japan.
bad.
The U.S. Navy's aircraft carriers.
What will happen to Japan if Godam and the U.S. go to full-blown war?
Well, as many of you know, Japan cannot do anything. As a matter of fact, Article 9 is written so that we cannot protect our people.
You're saying it's time we pay for taking peaceful...
As you all know, Japan cannot do anything. As you all know.
Granted.
Mr. Prime Minister, should I make the call and get the U.S. President Tom Bucks on the line right now?
And what do you suppose I tell him?
We received warning from the Godam Empire that it has 300 intercontinental missiles, the East Special, ready to head for the United States. Of course, they are carrying missiles with nuclear warheads. They will be launched immediately if we open fire in retaliation for our sunken
Hey, the
aircraft
Ukrainian,
carrier.
missed ya.
And what's the expected damage?
It's impossible for us to shoot them all down with our Patriot missiles. Worst case, well over 50 million fatalities.
50 million.
We've been drastically slashing our military expenditure for fiscal reconstruction. We no longer are the police of the world.
So instead of justice, we must choose the path for survival.
Yeah, definitely something the United States has really prioritized.
Advancing south.
Engaging in localized battles with the Indian Army. The U.S. isn't making a move. India probably doesn't want a full-scale war with the Godam Empire either.
Do you have any new leads on the Emperor of Godam?
There seems to be no documentation on the Tathagata killer anywhere. According to inside information, there has been a rumor of masked military official for the past 2 years. It seems he worked at a secret national research institute until then. But all members linked to it have disappeared after the coup. Presumably dead.
We are assuming, sir, that Tathagata killer is probably not his real name.
Yet this world's destiny is about to be in the hands.
Wait, I'm sorry. We're assuming the Tathagata killer is not his real name? Like, yeah, no shit. Thanks. Best secret organization in the world. This is the kind of info you can get.
So that mystery man.
What is with this wooden dub? Hey, look, the Happy Science isn't,
At this rate,
can't pay top dollar
Japan
for the dub.
Will be occupied in less than 1 week.
As a result, a total of 18 countries in Asia, Europe, and Africa have pledged subservience.
The keys are the US, Russia, and India. We're dead goose if they decide to nuke us all simultaneously.
I'm sorry, just we're dead goose?
We're dead goose if they decide to nuke us all simultaneously. Miss Leica-chan, isn't there a miraculous super weapon? Something that will wipe out an entire nation?
No, there isn't.
What a shame. Your amazing secret technology is useless when we need it most. Your Majesty!
Will you please stop?
You are the dead goose. You are the dead goose.
When will it be completed? In no time, Your Majesty. The ultimate destructive weapon will be completed in no time.
Wait, you had one? Why didn't you just answer him?
His Majesty will name the weapon once it's been completed. But with this, all countries upon this earth will bow down to the glorious Godam Empire.
What kind of weapon is it?
Simply put, this weapon creates a 6 trillion degree fireball and throws it behind enemy lines.
Damn, that's pretty cool. 6 trillion degrees?
6 trillion degrees?
That's approximately 400,000 times the temperature at the core of the sun. A major city would be evaporated instantaneously with just a small fireball. we could take out an entire continent at our will. Any questions?
Amazing. An impressive, ultimate destructive weapon.
When can we start experimenting?
Leica-chan, I believe I hadn't told you about it. Did you not think we would create such a ferocious weapon from the secret technology you provided me? Or purposely kept the knowledge from me? I am the Emperor and a military man, but at the same time, an ingenious scientist. It's not like you forgot that, have you?
She can have it all. She can have a work life and a family and be a scientist and an empress. Women can have it all.
If used, it will affect the Earth's crust, and eventually, not a single person will be able to live on this planet.
So insightful. Speaking from experience?
The Godam Empire already
You've killed a lot of planets before.
Has the world's best military power. So why does it need to possess such a weapon? Or is it because you plan to destroy this planet?
Why would I destroy what is finally mine? Just a little demonstration. Once people see its power, they will know better to oblige. And the entire world will fall at my feet. This is not contradicting the wish of you and your people, I believe.
Man, they really saved a lot of animation budget by putting a mask over his face, huh?
We found it. At last.
The Godams are here. They're behind us.
I never expected you to be a member of a secret society like the Hermes Wings.
Sir, I'm sorry I kept it from you.
Why are all these people telling each other they're part of a secret society?
We are now protecting politicians and leading figures around the world targeted by the Godam Empire. I wish there were more politicians in this world that had ideals like you do, sir.
What kind of organization is Hermes Wings?
We have members in 200 countries around the world, and we devote our lives to serve the world and its people.
Julia, we're surrounded. Help us.
Got it! Turn around, now!
Sorry, sir. They're determined today.
They're determined today? Are they constantly after you?
That was close. We lost them.
Look! At the next alley!
Got it.
No! Hurry, turn right!
This is just what it's like to drive in America.
Okay, we're good.
How'd you know we'd get ambushed?
He gets it quite often. A premonition. He has visions frequently.
Visions?
When have we gotten that exposition? How do you guys know each other?
That Leica-chan. She's really quite something, huh? Runs a trading firm at that age. Her company's expanding rapidly, selling new technologies she gets from God knows where to the military. After the coup, she's made her way to a position of impressive authority.
But her identity is unclear?
Who cares? I mean, she's His Majesty's favorite.
Huh. Whatever. Let's go.
It'd be really cool if at any point in here they were like, we're gonna go to this place and like set up what is happening, because I'm completely lost at this point. Like, did they just drive up to her house? Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub over our membership over on YouTube. Yes, this is Devil May Cry.
The secret society Hermes Wings is active. With their headquarters in New York, they are publicly known as a religious group, the Earth Doctors, a political party, and an educational institution. But behind their covers, they protect politicians and advocators who resist us. These goons are trying to spread liberal thoughts against our imperialism.
They are no threat to us. No need to report such minuscule details.
All obstacles must be terminated. I shall not tolerate an incomplete world.
Our branches are under attack! Around the world!
How's that possible? The security system and the surveillance cameras had been enhanced against attacks.
We're not safe here! Guys!
What is it? The General.
The oppressive attacks on Hermes Wings by the Godam Empire are intensifying. I've been moving every 4 hours without informing my whereabouts, but...
You mean to tell me there's a spy in our midst?
I must say, I'm afraid so.
So, you mean all these attacks?
Godam Special Unit seems to be using an unknown advanced technology. Incomplete information, but apparently the special unit came roping out of the sky without making a sound. They must have gone right past the cameras, but without the slightest trace. The transmission got cut off, so we couldn't get any more information.
So all of our people have been captured?
Or killed.
How dare they?
But
guys, did you know we're a secret society?
Justice. I swear it on the name of Hermes Wings. Even if something were to happen to me, the light of hope must be carried on.
God, we really are going to have to watch that Hermes Wings video to understand all these references.
General of Hermes Wings. The next general is Sho Shishimaru. I want you.
I'm not going to say it's aliens, but it's aliens.
No, the world's light of hope.
Absolutely.
The light of hope? I don't think I can assume such responsibility.
I have no
true,
hope.
Sho. You can do it. I agree. You'll do fine.
All of us here support you too.
Yeah.
One of the greatest missions
Me
as
too.
general is to find a worthy successor.
Hey, can we tell everyone we're in this group?
The day I met you. And there is another mission passed down the line of generals.
Huh?
You must find the sacred symbol.
The sacred symbol?
Also called the Savior's symbol.
Can I just say I love that they're having this supposedly secret conversation in a room that is open with like 12 other people watching?
a key to saving this world. It seems it is in the ancient Incan ruins under Lake Titicaca in South America. That's all we know so far.
The Godems! Leave right now!
All we know about this ancient artifact, all we know is exactly where it is. It's the only thing we know about it, but it's a sacred mission passed on down the line of generals. We don't know much, but we know exactly where it is. Damn! Riveting!
You are the Avatar. You must find the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom. I'm not entirely sure.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs. I appreciate that.
Please, sit right here, sir.
Thanks.
We're safe now. The front is clear.
Are you hit?
They'll never find us in this storage room.
I'll be fine.
Here, catch your breath, then we'll go.
And now.
Well, what's that for?
What do you think?
Rano! General!
Don't move.
What's that for?
Rano! What are you doing?
What do you
must
think?
realize the world will sooner or later be ruled by the Godam Empire.
You have betrayed us. Tell me why.
Who doesn't like money?
Wait, why? He just told you why.
Besides, countries around the world kissed up to that empire for money to begin with, turning a blind eye to their extraordinary military expansion. And the result is global domination by the Godam Empire. So why would you be chosen as the general's successor instead of me? But if I kill 2 generals at once, the Godam Empire will reward me handsomely. I'm sorry. Don't take this as personal.
You should just kill him now then. Hiss! I love the fever dream pace at which this movie goes. Hey, Salmon
Don't
Moose.
We're not your enemy. It's just a sleeping gas. We are not killers.
The General!
Your friend from the West. He died.
But why? Why?
Wait.
Then how about the other Japanese?
You've already
Are
got
you
like a
referring
couple
to the man who
answers there,
tried
bud.
to shoot you? We left him behind.
And the other members?
We do not know. We came all the way from India just to see you. We have been...
We have been waiting for you for over 2,500 years.
What?
Our organization believes in the reincarnation of Buddha. We have been waiting patiently.
Buddha?
You are the reincarnation of Buddha.
Wait a second. I don't follow what you're saying. I mean, how could you say that? What are you saying?
See that? We recently discovered this golden urn holding a vital key to the reincarnation of Buddha.
I'm not your Buddha guy.
It says here, Buddha will be reborn in the East, shall save the world, and turn the wheel of Dharma against the demons. And it also says, in the country of the sun, there is a man with a lion's roar, and his power shall soar into high heavens.
We've run you through a very thorough background check. The chief here believes that you, Sho Shishimaru, are the reincarnation of Buddha. You are the world's light of hope.
You are the light of hope for our world.
Wait, you mean the light of hope for the world?
Do you mean the light of hope for the world?
I want you to be the world's light of hope.
Oh!
I am still not fully convinced myself.
Are you the light of hope for the world?
Understand, as the successor of Chief Delani, I must know whether you are really the reincarnation of Buddha and our savior. I must do all I can to uncover the truth of this situation.
I don't understand anything.
Oh, Paladin lost. That is the one thing that would redeem Tim Allen's career. Tim Allen accidentally kills the Buddha. He finds himself suddenly putting on weight and contemplating the hateful path in the Buddha clause. Just a series of Tim Allen accidentally killing different religious figures and becoming them. The Santa Claus extended universe. That's perfect.
Thing about Buddha or Savior for that matter.
Buddha means he who has been enlightened. The being who knows the truth about this world and the spirit world. He who leads people to happiness with his teachings of the mind. Savior is the being who appears when civilizations are in a crisis to save and usher in the new age. It is you who has been prophesied as both Buddha and the Savior.
It's true, I've always wanted to help people. Throughout my life, I've always tried to do the right thing. Of course, I cannot overlook anyone who has suffered, but Buddha? A savior?
Yeah, I've always done
That's
the things
too
that Buddha would
outrageous.
do. So I guess it checks
will
out.
Realize who their creator is and who their lord is.
Look, with all due respect, I'm sorry, but I have my own mission. I'm worried about my friends. Besides, look, I don't mean to be rude. It's just that the urn the ancient script was in seems metallic to me. I can't believe that such an amazing golden urn existed 2,500 years ago. It really is something.
Yes.
Yeah, they
my
never would have
thoughts
had golden
exactly.
pots.
Look, I just want you to know I truly appreciate you saving my life. And I'm terribly sorry, but I just cannot live up to your expectations. But I should go now.
I'm sorry,
We
my mom always
scientifically
told me I was the
analyzed
most
this
humble
urn.
child she'd ever
It is
met.
from 2,500 years ago. What's more, this metal is not from Earth.
At the time of Shakyamuni Buddha? That can't be.
There are truths hidden in the most unbelievable places, even in a simple metal urn. And that is why the two of us have made this long journey.
Wait, it's not a simple
Besides,
metal urn.
how
It's
much do
a
people
solid
today
gold urn.
actually know who they are, what they are born for, and what they live for. They don't even know about themselves. If they are not willing to learn, then who will teach them the truth?
The Noble Eightfold Path?
The greatest legacy Buddha left for humankind. Also, a sacred way to learn about your true self.
Learn about your true self.
Also, we have some Ryuko Okawa books for you. It'll really expand your mind. I do love the idea that everyone in the past thought we were going to be like interacting with holograms to do like our computer work, as if that would somehow be better. Are there no black people in this world? Genuinely, these movies are super racist. So if we do see, black folks, remember that undergirding this cult is an idea of white supremacy.
Who am I?
You're Buddha. We just found that out.
Only be obtained by clearing your mind and facing your true self.
Are we going through a happy science meditation exercise?
What was that? Could that be the future?
Indeed, you are the perfect man.
I'm the only perfect man on Earth. I do not need parents or God.
Indeed. That is why you are perfect. Those lousy humans are first controlled by their parents, then chained down to God till death. That's why they're weak. That's why they're imperfect.
Is that Nietzsche's? Is this Hisler?
The imperfect work of God. That is human.
Indeed.
God creates imperfect works, plays with them, and then abandons them. God is the most sinful.
Did he just come? What the hell was that?
It's here.
Huh, I summoned a girl.
Who are you?
I am Konohana no Sakiabime, the protector of the noble heart of Japan, the country of Yamato, which I love so dearly. Yes, I am.
What?
As you were just thinking, I am a spirit. Show.
This is the weirdest adaptation of Stephen King's The Stand I have ever seen.
Very knifey duck. We're learning about the spirits. There aren't spirits in The Stand. I don't think. I haven't read it.
can read minds.
Well, I do believe
Yeah,
in the
duh.
afterworld and in spirits. But when I actually get to meet...
Show, do I look real to you?
Oh my gosh. So you really can read my mind.
The fact is fact. The truth is truth. As you can see, spirits do exist.
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
And you are a spirit yourself also.
Oh man, this is great.
The only difference is whether you dwell in a body or not. The soul is the true nature of humans.
So then, you're a god?
The spiritual world is vast, and there are many levels to it. There are many beings referred to as a god where I live. But there is an even higher spiritual world beyond that. Who you refer to as God is probably the existence living in the highest ultimate spiritual world. And that is also where the Savior lives.
The Savior?
However, when the Savior rises, evil also rises.
Evil? You mean devils?
In the spiritual world, there's also an area referred to as hell. The world ruled by devils through power and fear.
Oh
and
no!
Devils also emerge on Earth to drag more people into hell. That is why devils inflame people's desires and corrupts them, or invokes people's hatred and anger towards other people, ethnicities, or countries to trigger conflicts. They also make people believe that there is nothing beyond their physical bodies and their world, and to deny God and the spirit world, trying to
Marxism,
lure them away from faith.
evolution,
That is how they try
Nietzsche's.
to control humans.
But many people do not know that.
Religion that is supposed to teach the truth is not serving its purpose. That is why a savior who will start a new religion is needed.
Sometimes I feel I have strange visions. I saw the moment of a man's death.
You need to create happy science, show.
I've had more. Can the future not be changed? If the future truly beholds what I saw in my vision,
I cannot tell
If the
you
future
whether
truly
the future
beholds?
can be changed or not. But
What?
I can tell you this. No action will bring you no change.
Never a fan of people. Yeah. Demons make people evil. Humans can be very evil on their own. Right? Like, I don't know. Take some personal responsibility. Oh man, it's the 6 trillion degree heat bomb. Let's go.
Please abort your plan. Using it will end this planet. Your Majesty.
Soon I shall become the sole ruler of this world, the supreme ruler of Earth. Right now, the throne of the Empress is open.
You are different now. You've changed. You used to have deep sorrow in your eyes. Your Majesty, are you not being controlled by something else? Even before you are able to reign this planet?
I don't know what you mean. I'm totally normal. Oh. Okay, so now he's just Darth Vadering around. Oh, literally.
No one who
Okay.
disobeys me will be allowed on this planet. Do you understand? Answer me. Will you obey me? The only answer allowed is yes.
What the fuck was this?
She would be ideal as my wife.
As my wife? My wife! Look, if we play this scene enough times, we don't have to animate new things.
I need you to get me a helicopter.
Huh? Yes, sir.
No action will bring no change.
Prime Minister, the U.S. will abrogate the Japan-U.S. Security Treaty.
When a woman generates a force field, that's wife behavior, yeah.
That's why I said we needed to enhance the alliance with the U.S.
You never said anything like that.
We're all ineffective bureaucrats.
Surrender. Become a colony of the Godam Empire? What's wrong with that?
A colony. That means Japan will cease to exist.
It's better than fighting and getting killed. I'll flee somewhere before that, of course.
No, you may not enter. Aren't you going to protect this country? No! The Godam Empire has been enhancing its military capacity for over 20 years. It's impossible! You never saw this coming! Japan has a strong defense force! You're responsible for making this decision!
I'm kind of enjoying the grappling. Poor Claire. That depends. You have to reach out to. You have to reach out to my partner. It's not a guarantee. I'm not handling that.
Please, give us permission to intercept. Prime Minister! First Aviation Regiment, all signals
Aw,
lost.
jeez.
I cannot make that
Thank you for the
decision.
$2 super chat, though.
Aviation Regiment, all signals lost.
The life of resurrection, the righteous
What?
holy beast, the Yamata no Orochi. Go now, stop them from reaching Japan.
What? Man, the animators went hard. I like this as a concept.
All control lost. We're going down.
Yeah, this is a sick, action scene, to be honest.
Cloud forming above the target waters. Major interference.
What's happening? I don't know.
No way.
Fighter jets return from the airspace. Fire at the cloud with an anti-air missile.
With one anti-air missile.
We can't see anything.
Switching to the analysis screen.
The entire fleet is swallowed in the mysterious cloud and cannot be analyzed.
That's impossible.
Report from the fleet. All vessels halted.
Oh, he's going to Kira. Wait, is he gonna have his own cloud monster?
Sir, what is happening?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no.
Function recovered. Clear. Now, launch the landing ships immediately.
This is the laws of eternity. Wait, no, the mystical laws.
A landing ship. It's that town. You need to drop me off there, right away.
I have to save that little boy.
Listen to me. The Godam army is landing soon. You need to leave now. The Godam army is coming. You need to go right now.
He's Paul Revering. He's Paul Revering right now.
You need to leave now.
Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi. Return now.
The cloud is dispersing.
So I can't change anything. Hurry! You need to run that way! Hurry! Hurry up! Run! It's him! Hey, stop! No, not there! Let's go!
War crime accomplished. Let's go.
So I can't stop their invasion. However hard I may try, I can't.
If you give up, all hope will be lost. You are the only light of hope.
You're the little boy from my dreams. Comes across so bad.
With the mercy of His Majesty the Emperor, the people of the Far East Autonomous Territory are given equal rights.
Far East Autonomous Territory? Huh? Feels so weird. So we can no longer say Japan?
We're no longer Japanese. We're now citizens of the Godam Empire. This isn't Tokyo. It's the first controlled special economic zone.
But you know, it's annoying we can't call ourselves Japanese.
You're right.
You're right. That's the worst part about all of this.
What did we do?
A temporary bill has been passed, which prohibits the use of Japanese in 3 years.
The Japanese once caused great harm and did many bad things, forcing its neighboring countries to suffer immensely. But now, with the help of our great emperor, they are finally starting to become decent citizens.
There's so many words we can't search. Shh. Oh, it's a bug.
So basically the plot is let's dehumanize the Chinese.
We had it for
Yeah,
years,
and
I just
also,
forgot about
and also, you know, justify trying to reactivate our military.
it.
All religions are prohibited in Godam. Death to offenders and their families.
Please, spare my child.
Take them away.
No, not my daddy!
Look at that. So completely useless.
I can't believe Urano committed suicide.
Is this supposed to be a critique of Article 9? They literally call out Article 9 as the reason Japan is unable to mobilize any kind of defense when the Gotham invade.
Tell me, what should I do?
I want you to be the world's light of hope.
Hey, should he be the world's light of hope?
Has been prophesied as Buddha and Savior.
If you choose to give up, all hope will be lost.
The light of hope? Will the light of hope be lost? Will the hope, the world's hope of light be gone? Wait, what's this about light of hope? I think the movie is about lighting hope. It's good that he's able to get some relaxation in as the country's being invaded and occupied. Like, it's good to become one with the universe. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. Really showing up for us. Piss Earth! The ultimate golden shower! Good night, droning goddess. Oh my god! He's back!
Are you...
He's
God?
He's back, everyone!
If you are God, please guide me. Tell me, how can the world possibly be saved from total destruction?
That depends on you and the entire human race. Your love and...
Okay, but at the very least, when he comes... At the very least, when he's introduced this time, they don't play like a flute sound. No, this isn't God.
And tolerance.
Love and tolerance.
When humankind realizes the true meaning of these words, the doors to a new age shall be opened. I will bestow upon you the sacred ritual.
Yeah, no, this. I think this is Golden Eagle or Storm Eagle. Eagle.
Pray.
I don't know. Ancient Incan king that they keep bringing up in their
the savior symbol has been found.
in Happy Science.
According to the report, a prophecy by an ancient Incan king has been found from the bottom of Lake Titicaca. The prophecy says, when the world is swallowed by darkness, the savior shall rise. And a message: bring this to the savior. This is his staff, the savior's symbol.
Is he summoning a spaceship? What was that?
Who are you?
It was you who called me here.
Me?
You performed the sacred ritual.
Oh, sorry, his name is God Eagle. My bad.
That's why I'm here. I came from Venus. My name is Utica.
Oh, hell yeah, we got Venusians.
You're not surprised seeing an alien?
Absolutely no build-up whatsoever.
Really
Let's go.
I'm impressed. But even you don't know that the Godam Empire is using the technologies of an extraterrestrial civilization.
The Godam
Hell
Empire?
yeah, Godam aliens.
Of course. An entirely different race from us. There are many different types of aliens here.
Oh, hell yeah. Alien time.
Well, then tell me, why are you?
A long time
Totally
ago,
not phased by
I had once
aliens.
served you on Venus.
On Venus? Served me?
Venus had once prospered with its advanced civilization. People had built a utopia full of love and harmony under your leadership.
And we had planimals.
But
half plant, half animal.
years ago, the civilization on Venus came to an end. So the Venusians immigrated to other planets throughout the universe. I myself have chosen to stay in the spirit world of Venus, but...
What I saw last night, is he also an alien?
No.
The spirit world of
He
Venus?
is
Like there's a Venusian
the
spirit
great
world?
spirit of Earth, the king of the ancient Incan Empire, Rient al Crowd, and you at the same time. You will understand one day. Please ride on this. We will go to the Godam Empire.
Godam?
There is a lady, a key person.
A hot lady.
Okay.
Oh, so he can just like teleport now? Incredible. Oh, he introduces himself in the creepiest way possible.
Shoshishimaru.
Tell me, are you Japanese?
You're not Asian, I presume.
What?
To me, you look like you're Scandinavian. Here on Earth, that is.
What the fuck?
Answer me. Who are you?
You guys see what I mean? Like the white supremacy in here is weird. Like it comes out of nowhere. Like you look Scandinavian to me. Like what?
Oh, angels of heaven, please lend me your power.
I will not be turned on by this. He's praying at her too hard.
I just want to talk with you.
Okay, fine. Will you let me down, please?
Oh, he's so handsome.
So is this how your people treat others then?
No, I'm sorry.
I like how she looks at him for like literally like 2 seconds and is just like, oh, fuck yeah.
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't seem to be from our planet.
No shit, Sherlock.
There's an
She's
extraterrestrial
glowing.
being helping the Godam Empire.
The Buddha Riz.
You know, you're no ordinary human yourself either.
Well, no. I'm only a mere human being truly wishing for peace on this planet, and that's why I came to see you. If the Godam Empire rules the world, the entire human race is doomed. There is no happiness in a world suppressing its people, denying them a free will or religion. Tell me, why are you helping them?
My real name is actually Theta. I came from a planet which
Just
humans
Theta?
refer to as Vega of Lyra. Would you please look into my eyes?
Are you saying the Buddha gets pussy? I don't know where this movie's going.
Now, let me tell you my story.
Oh, hell yeah.
Vega was a peaceful planet.
Tell us
with
about the
calm and
aliens.
harmonious people. But Lyra had 2 other planets with advanced civilizations. The bloodthirsty race opened fire, and our 3 planets went into war.
The bloodthirsty race, you say? So
My
all
father,
of them.
the king of Vega, devoted himself to peace, and I helped him. But the worst was yet to come. The forbidden weapon had been launched. The weapon affected the very core of our planet, drastically changing the climate. We could no longer live above ground. We fled underground and survived, but sooner or later, Vega would be a dead planet. So my father and I decided to relocate our people to another planet.
Why
But
your father
why
and
Earth?
you? Why?
Because our ancestors came from a planet in this solar system.
Your ancestors?
I prayed to the god of Earth. Then,
I understand your love for the people of Vega. I permit your immigration to Earth. However, whether you find home on Earth depends on the hearts of your people and the people on Earth.
It's okay, they were documented immigrants.
although
I
I
guess.
obtained his permission, we faced another serious problem. The people of Vega decided to reject the immigration plan to Earth.
Oh no!
Why?
A rumor spread that Earth was full of conflicts and was a dangerous planet. But my father and I kept speaking to our people, and we convinced about 1 million citizens to emigrate.
Does
to
every
Earth.
yes, in this cosmology,
Go and lead our
every
people
planet
to the
has a
Earth.
god.
And you, father?
I am the sovereign ruler of this planet, and as king I will not abandon it until every last one of my subjects are safe.
My aged father seemed to know he did not have much time left. We promised to reunite, although we both knew it would never happen. And so, I left my beloved mother planet.
That's so sad.
I came here on a spaceship, but there were also others who came. They came here separately, as souls. With the permission of the spirit world of Earth, these souls may enter female bodies and be born as people here on Earth.
Only female bodies? What?
But sometimes, unpermitted souls would walk in. In other words, they enter human bodies and learn how to live on Earth by sharing a body with its rightful owner.
Oh shit.
Countries without a strict census registry system and that do not acknowledge spiritual presence are easy to walk in on. So we chose the former republic.
Okay.
Of East Asia, the current Godam Empire, as our immigration base. Actually, some of us can freely change our forms and also appear as other individuals. For example, I transformed into an Asian woman named Lycachan and started a trading firm. I marketed the mineral ores and scientific technologies I brought from Vega. I thought of establishing a favorable position with the government in preparation of a full-scale immigration.
So you sided with Tathagata Killer?
It wasn't that simple. I first met him 3 years ago.
I'm sorry, but his name is Tathagata Killer? Like, that's his actual name? I assumed that was a title.
And back then, I saw something deeper in him. His eyes had so much sorrow. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm so honored to have the Director of Science of the military himself come.
Please excuse me for my appearance. It is for special research I am conducting.
Yeah, they picked China because of a lax spiritual immigration policy, exactly. All the other countries, though, had excellent spiritual immigration laws.
So I mean no harm.
I understand. I can tell from your eyes.
I wanted to meet you in person to make sure. The new technologies you bring in is by who? And where is it developed?
Our firm invests massively in research and development for talented scientists around the world.
There is no scientist more talented than me in this world. The technology you bring in seems to be from a civilization over 1,000 years more advanced than ours.
Yeah, and he knows that because he's a scientist in all fields.
I want to know the truth as a scientist.
It's a trade secret. I can't.
I have a secret of my own.
What do you want?
What I want? You tell me first. Why did you come to Earth?
How did you know?
So you are. Truth is, I wasn't exactly sure. But I can understand. Believing that civilizations only exist on Earth in this vast universe is nothing more than a ridiculous delusion. So I can accept your existence. The problem is your intention.
I made an arrangement with him.
Fine. Let me peacefully unify this world using your scientific technology. Once it has been unified, I will give you Africa for your people to immigrate to. This will stay between us two. I am a man of my word.
Gee, how gracious of you. You see what I mean? How it kind of leaks in?
He then rose to power in the military, launched a coup, and became the Emperor. But he's changed as if being possessed by something. He's about to complete the ultimate destructive weapon. It is the exact same weapon that was once used to destroy my planet Vega.
The ultimate destructive weapon?
If this weapon is used, then Earth will fall into the same fate as Vega.
So why won't you stop him?
I tried. But he won't listen to anyone. If I disobey, not only will the immigration plan falter, the Vegans already here will be harshly penalized.
Theta, can I ask you one thing? Why are you letting me in on such an important secret, considering we recently just met?
Okay, her hair does make her head look like a penis. You're right.
Eyes remind me of his eyes.
Who?
The god of Earth, Rient Arl Crowd.
Rient Arl Crowd.
Rient Arl Crowd.
Rient Arl Crowd?
At the same time.
I feel terrible about what we have done to the people of Earth. However, this is the only way to save my Vegans. I have no choice.
Please, help me save my Vegans.
I understand that you love the people from your
my
planet
Vegans need
so
help
very dearly. As much as I love the people on this planet. I feel that way. It is true. Some people can be so foolish at times. Some only think of themselves and want to create disharmony among all of us. They keep repeating the same mistakes over and over. They also create hatred amongst one another. Still, I will always love them all because, after all, they are my fellow people living on this planet Earth.
I love
this
fellow
planet
people.
Is infinitely beautiful because it is filled with boundless love. In a world filled with different ethnicities, creeds, cultures, and values, humans are repeatedly reincarnating, learning from their experiences, and constantly nurturing their souls. In this vast universe, our blue planet is carrying such beautiful souls. That is why I cannot help but love the people, all the people on Earth. Earth. This planet of love.
Earth? Are you sure that's the planet? Are we talking about Earth? Earth, this planet of world where you're the hope of light? The light of hope.
I love the people of Vega from the bottom of my heart.
Hey guys, can you tell this was written by a cult leader?
To serve as their savior, I came here to Earth. But there was a savior on Earth too, who also loves this planet so dearly. If my people are to live on this planet, it means we will also become people of Earth.
Wait, she's thinking all of this to herself? Okay.
Means to believe in the savior of this planet and to love our fellow people of Earth. That will become our proof. We will truly become people of Earth.
Why was Buddha reincarnated as a white guy?
How many tears you must have shed for your people.
Because they're racist. I don't know how to make this clearer.
The significance of my tears. However, I shall not shed any more tears until the day my wish is granted. I will make you that promise.
Roll credits? Question mark? Oh, okay, he went back to his tree to meditate. Guess he just teleported back home.
More and more countries are pledging allegiance.
The great Godam Empire shall soon arise.
We will attack the moment the ultimate destructive weapon is used. Intervening when the people living on this planet...
Okay, that's a great question, Donnie H. I'm so confused. Where do all the souls go that are waiting in soul immigration? And the answer to that is, I think they all go to their own planet's heaven that has multiple levels. But also, genuinely, I don't understand in this particular case, if this is your cosmology, why would it be bad for your entire planet to be wiped out? Because you all just go hang out in the afterlife together. Like you're fine, you're good, you're Gucci.
Planets try to destroy their own civilization does not violate the galactic treaty. We will instantaneously take Earth before our food starts wiping out each other.
I'm sorry, is that a dinosaur? Is that a dinosaur man? I want to know more about that.
The planets themselves are a life form with an advanced consciousness.
Yeah, the planimals.
If humankind takes a wrong path and disdains Earth as a place for soul training, Earth, at its own discretion, will cause natural disasters such as great earthquakes and sink continents to purify the world, like the Mu civilization and the Atlantis civilization.
Oh shit! Atlantis 2, baby! Yeah, if I don't see a planimal in this movie, I'm gonna lose it.
It's not a matter of being able to change the future or not. We must change it. That's all.
Yeah, the planets are alive, but that is also separate from the gods of planets.
The world. Report to His Majesty.
Now is the time to stand
You know, you forgot about the reptilians? Because I didn't.
We must have courage!
私は命を惜しみません。今やらなければ永遠の後悔が残ります。
¿Para qué nacemos? ¿Para qué vivemos?
Medítenlo. Sus almas lo conocen.
Il faut lutter, la tête haute.
For the freedom of our soul.
Gott ist die Hoffnung. Legt die Hoffnungslosigkeit ab und wählt die Hoffnung.
لا يوجد شيء لا يمكنني عمله إذا تعاونت مع أصدقائي في.
I'm so glad that, you know, we had what did we have here? We had Australia, Russia, Japan, Brazil, Peru, the United States of America, and Germany, and just the Middle East. Just Middle East, not any specific countries, just Middle fucking East. All right. Jesus.
شيء لا يمكنني عمله إذا تعاونت مع أصدقائي في أنحاء العالم.
未来是靠我们每个人的勇气创造的。
सत्य कभी नहीं मरता, सत्य की जीत निश्चित है। चलें, अब खड़े हो जाएं।
Many different governments are responding to the words of the public.
The U.S. president has issued a statement.
We choose justice. Let all countries unite and protect our freedom.
Humans. They are truly foolish creatures. They chose the path to doom.
He's just having a good time. He's a joker. He's just a little guy. It's his birthday.
I will sneak into the Goda military base and destroy the ultimate destructive weapon. We must avoid the worst case scenario at all cost.
I will see to
I really like that at the beginning of this movie, there was specifically a dialogue exchange about not naming this weapon. And so they have to just keep calling it the ultimate destructive weapon. Why not just call it the UDW, you know? Like, just... I don't know.
My guards from Vega protect you.
This
Some
is
are
the
already
Mystic
India's
Laws.
Godum soldiers.
Okay.
Do not worry. I will put a call out to my Vegan guards to rise against the Empire from within.
Let us both work together for the peace of this planet.
My Vagine guards. I will put out the word.
We have been waiting for you.
What?
I'm Sho Shishimaru.
Princess Theta has ordered us to protect you.
So, let's go take out the ultimate destructive weapon.
Yes, sir!
My beloved Vegans, hear my plea. Please rise for our people back home and for this planet. They all need our help.
Red Ranger, Yellow Ranger, Blue Ranger, Green Ranger, White Ranger.
Over there.
Wait, you still have the ability to be invisible. Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you all wearing Invisigear?
Defense formation!
What? Why did you all drop your gun? Oh wait, you have different guns? Why did you have different guns? These guns don't work in the dark. Unironically, this is a good action scene. Like, visually interesting.
Hey, hang in there! You'll be okay! Princess Theta said you are the light of hope. So
is he the light of hope, Chad? I forgot.
I will fight for Earth!
Show, quick! Use your Buddha powers! Smite them! Oh damn, why didn't anyone think about that before?
That's enough! I don't want to lose any more friends who are fighting for Earth!
Why didn't anyone think of that before? A revolutionary new tactic to deal with gunfights. Oh yeah, this cult is sacrilegious as fuck. Also, he wasn't your friend. You just met him 5 minutes ago.
You are Hermes' wings.
What a dramatic bitch.
People at the public execution venue and all those watching this live around the world, the time has come. The greatest leader in human history, Emperor Tathagata Killer, will serve justice. To
Dog.
be executed as a traitor and terrorist. Sho Shishimaru, the cursed leader.
Oh my
of the
god,
evil
he's
secret
being
society.
crucified!
It's too subtle for
They're
me, but I think he might be
crucifying
the light of
him!
hope.
It's too subtle for me, but I think he might be the light of hope. Yeah, you know, just in case any of you missed it, they're crucifying him like Jesus. Oh my god.
Glory to His Majesty! Death to the traitor!
Warning! Warning! All citizens must watch this ceremony. Those who do not watch will be arrested for treason against the Godam Empire. Those who do not watch will be arrested for treason.
After he's finished, you guys are up next.
What? Oh, because they have to execute all of them.
We are in luck. The leader of the imprudent, annoying organization walked right into our trap. Now we can take out our biggest nuisance, and all our wishes will all come true.
Oh my god. Just going after offending every single group of people. Every single one.
Firing squad!
Hey, bread into toast.
Take aim!
Oh, it's execution by firing squad? What if I said, don't shoot me? Stop!
Fire!
Roll credits. Huh.
Justice has been served. Glory to His Majesty. Justice has been served.
So he was. An ordinary human after all.
This shall set an example for those who disobey me. Lekachan, I will spare you this one last time. You are special. You can start your immigration plan. Huh?
Oh, God. What's about to happen?
What a fool.
The truth is,
She does her Pilates. That's how she was able to catch him.
planet.
What?
Yeah, no shit.
I came from Vega in Lyra. However,
Wait, where's
I
the
have
blood?
deep regrets
Ah.
about that decision now. I took away the single most important presence from the people of planet Earth. But right now, it might not be too late.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, we got the alien spaceships, we got the giant cross of Christ, we've got aliens, got Buddha. There he is, he got shot, guys. See? There. We're not doing a spirit bomb, we're doing an alien bomb.
It's too late.
It's not a swastika, it's a Japanese symbol called a manji. Or called manji.
The light of hope for humankind is lost.
Dear God, the God of Earth, Buddha, the source of the great universe, I offer to you my life, and I offer to you my soul. I humbly offer to you all of my love. So I beg you, please resurrect the origin of happiness of this planet.
The origin of happiness?
Revive our origin of happiness.
Okay.
I beg you, God.
Robin Sandalwood, you can't say Ryu Hoyoka was in hell for making these movies. You can't say that. Why, I've seen that he has a book titled How to Escape from Hell. So, checkmate. No way a guy like that could wind up in hell. Polaire, how did he get there in the first place? I'll tell you, you can go there as a bit of a vacation. We saw that in Laws of Eternity. You can just like go down there and fight demons if you want, I guess. And obviously that's what he's doing down there. Wait, did he open his eyes and they were blue? Ah, yes, we got Thoth. We gotta have the Atlantean. We got Siddhartha.
Are you the...
I am Buddha. I am also a part of your soul.
Just a part, though.
You are the father of our souls. You existed before the past and beyond the future.
The father of our souls, damn.
The very life of the fundamental God, the God of Earth, who has endured solitude for 100 billion years.
Damn, what?
Since the creation of the universe.
The God of... Earth.
I'm pretty sure the universe is only 13 billion years old. I'm pretty sure.
Show.
Theta.
This can't be.
Are they gonna have a pray fight? A prayer off?
Is it true?
Fire! Shoot him to death!
What?
What?
Take aim!
Alright.
Fire! What? Fire! That's an order!
We can't do it. His dick is too big. Oh my god.
He's God.
How did you arrive at that conclusion? Come on. I thought he was gonna summon the dragon from earlier in the movie. Oh, we got Buddha warriors. Oh my god. Looks better than the Berserk anime. That seems way more effective. Why didn't you just do that?
Shall touch him.
What the fuck? god. A dragon? You could have cut that. That was entirely unnecessary if you were already gonna go in this direction. He's morbing. No reaction from anyone about any of that. Insane.
It's an earthquake!
Like the clouds, that was cool. This is the opposite of that. Who are those two giant men? I have no idea. I don't know. Yo, get him! Get him on! Get him, King Ghidorah, go! We have King Ghidorah at home. Are we gonna find out what his secret evil experiments were? Oh, that was kind of cool though.
Watch everything that you love fall to pieces.
See, now he looks like a kind of a cool villain. I like the end design here. A little bit.
I will give you a special honor. Wipe out this planet with your own hands.
Do it. I'm into hand stuff.
General! General! Intruder!
You're dead!
I understand. I can tell from your eyes.
I can't. He fucking electrocutes himself for no reason. That's how he's dealt with.
I suppose he wasn't so perfect after all. What a fool.
Oh, that's cool as shit. Okay, I'm back in. I'm back in with the skull guy. Oh my. That camera angle.
Do you know what it is I wish for?
That's cool. That's a cool design.
Face wet with tears.
And you know what? That's a cool line. I want to see God's face wet with tears. 10 out of 10. Yeah, that kind of went hard, right?
We were waiting for this moment to take over Earth. Oh,
wait, it is a swastika? Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad.
Clean out the world.
So yeah, they are Chinese Nazis. Yes. Is that an Argonian? No. That's a lizard people. A lizard person. Lizard people are real, you see. Reptilians.
The human race has committed a sin. The true sin is not having any real faith. People only believe in what they can see.
So much riz.
Losing something important in the process. Earth is in danger right now because of such sin. All around the world. What we need to do now to save Earth is not military power, nor is it economic power. The future of our planet Earth,
soul power,
lies in the minds of each and every person on this planet.
Good night, Erica.
What Earth needs now is for every human beyond all borders is to have faith. Believe in things we can't see. Please believe in my words. If you believe, pray with us for Earth and for the people of this planet.
You need to give him your energy.
God will not abandon us.
Yeah, there's spirit bombing. Just pray harder, sweetie. Unironically.
Everything shall end.
That character design's really good. I like it. That should have been his design the entire time.
It's the end of the world.
Ah! Hey, stop!
Oh, it's the Incan staff. Let's go. Now he can be powered up? Question mark? That's how it works, right?
The light of love.
Oh, he's a magical girl. Sweet, the badass staff I wanted.
Wisdom.
I will forgive this movie everything if it does a magical girl transformation right now. I will forgive this movie literally everything.
Progress.
Are we getting a fucking spirit bomb for real? I was joking about that. Oh my god. Oh my god. light of hope.
In the great universe's light!
Oh shit. Oh no, the reptilians. Wait, even these things are praying? I thought they were... Are they ghosts? What is happening? I guess the Ultra Fireball is fine if it explodes in the silo.
There is more to this world than what we can see. The world we live in is a mystical world. Although invisible, the spirit world does exist, as do the gods, the angels, and the demons. And many inhabitants of other planets have joined us and live amongst us on Earth.
Our
world is composed of all these elements, and we must understand this.
Well, I'm convinced.
That is the truth.
He's talking to a stadium full of people. And I guess all the cameras?
We humans have been reincarnating repeatedly in different eras and places. Yet why do people hate and detest each other? Why can we not love each other beyond ethnicity? Fighting because of differences in nationality or religion.
Wait a minute, what?
May mean fighting your own country, family, and friends whom you once loved in your previous life. Why do you fight with people you should love?
Why can't we love outside of our ethnicity?
We are all equally precious. Do you know why? We are precious because each and every one of us is God's child. And that is the origin of democracy. Through various experiences, humans who are God's children must learn, develop, and increase the light of our souls in this mystical world God has created. That joy indeed is happiness.
So true,
in this
King.
vast universe, Earth is one of the greatest lands for training our souls. It is not only open to the people of Earth, but
Xenagrels,
also to
next
the
time we
entire
watch one of
universe.
these, I'm drinking
It's
a
the
shit ton of
planet
whiskey.
love. So believe in the love of God, who protects and nurtures this earth. That is faith. Let us stand together as one universe. Faith to manifest love shall never vanish from this world. Earth shall enter a new age. When our faith prevails
Genuine
to create
question.
world peace, true democracy,
Was this the first
and
time the voice
prosperity.
actor saw the script?
Believe in me. Love and tolerance. That is what we must have as people of Earth in the coming new age.
But not for transgenders
To
or
all
the
of
gays.
you living on this planet of love known as Earth, now is the time for us to stand together as people of Earth.
Earth people, Earth people, Earth people, Earth people, Earth people. Good luck, Salmon Moose. Best of luck in Australia.
He is the one that the world has been waiting for.
The god of Earth. The god of Earth.
El Cantare.
Our savior. I believe in you.
I believe in you.
Oh, it's the little boy he saved earlier that he dreamed about.
The crisis has left. Abide by the Galactic Treaty.
You are the ones who intervened first. You violated the Galactic Treaty.
Let me remind you, intervention is permitted only when those living on this planet try to destroy their own civilization. Am I correct? The human race on Earth has started on its path toward a new future at its own will.
Was the US president supposed to be Obama? Genuinely have no idea. Awkward. Oh, he doesn't have a skull face. He's just... Why were you wearing a mask the entire time? You're hot!
Not human. I have no parents. I am a mere object.
Wait,
created as a nation's tool through genetic manipulation.
This is a way more interesting story! I want to know this guy. This guy's story's cool!
Not an object. You too are God's child. A human being.
Though why was he wearing a mask the entire time? Like, what? Why? You're hot.
I've never taken the drugs before, but I feel I understand what it's like to be on the drugs.
Yeah, this is pretty close. God, thank you so much for the 6 months of membership. I appreciate it. The most boring character in this was the Buddha. Oh, wait, are they fucking now?
I know. I remember parting with you. Like this a very long time ago.
I will speak to my people about Earth when I return to Vega. And then I will send my beloved people to you.
I shall accept those who love Earth.
But any who think it sucks will have to go elsewhere.
As fellow human beings.
There may be some people who will try to deny the truth of what I tell them. But yet, I refuse to abandon a single one of them. I swear, however long it may take, I will try, until the last one.
I would. Do the same if I were you.
But we don't want any of those dirty anti-Earth aliens.
We shall meet again. In another era. On another planet.
She could just come back!
Thank you.
Oh, wait, sorry. I just remembered one of the central premises of Happy Science is that there's this forever, like, on-again, off-again relationship between between like Buddha alien or Buddha human and hot alien lady. I forgot about that. That's on me. Sir Parker Holland Taylor Joy, thank you for subscribing with Prime.
That was my favorite word on earth.
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
I will never forget about this planet of love, Earth.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was certainly a movie. Holy moly. Oh, I robbed you all of the music. I'm sorry. Well, folks, we've had a lot of laughs. We've learned a lot about the world and the universe and our place in it. We learned about the reptilians and Buddha and Jesus and the Venusians. And we also learned an awful lot about ourselves. We learned that sometimes God needs a magical spirit rod hidden underneath ancient Incan temples. We also learned there were no planimals. And Venusians turn into white people. By the way, just in case you're wondering, yes, that is in fact, I believe, it's hard to tell with the resolution in the state it's in, but I believe this is in fact Ryuko Okawa meeting for Happy Science, hence the HS here. And yeah, show is Ryuko Okawa in the film. It's just a plot. It's just a self-insert character. So just as an FYI there. Yeah, sometimes even when a guy turns into a skeleton lich, he can be really hot. Weren't these people in Mob Psycho 100? Yes. The bit about Dimple is that Dimple tried to do basically Happy Science. That's the yes. You're catching onto the parallel. surprise me if this was animated in Korea. The leader, yes, the Happy Science cult leader is very, or was very racist towards Koreans and Chinese people. It's just like, everything about this cult is sacrilegious as hell. Like, there's no, like, you couldn't believe in any one part of this and not be offended. Caracal, no. Wowee. That was a film. I have nothing. I have nothing else to say about that. That was. I think that was a good time, but good here being subjective because I enjoyed watching it with all of you and making fun of it and generally just pointing out different points of the cult propaganda. And I think that was really fun. So thank you all for joining me in that endeavor. And I really appreciate it. And if you all want like an anime to watch that is just kind of dumb fun and will at least entertain you, maybe in a far different way than this, I started watching The Eminence in Shadow, and it's real fucking silly, and I kind of am loving it. It's like elevated anime trash about a nerd who gets lost in his fantasies, who then thinks all of his friends are just like LARPing to humor him as he like slowly unravels a global conspiracy. It's fun. It's fun. Anyway, that being said, if you have enjoyed your time, hit that follow button, subscribe button, like button, leave a comment, hit the buttons. We did it. Thanks for the wild ride. Thanks for joining me, guys. Consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. if you feel so inclined. You heard of this anime? It's fun. It's just about a very dramatic son of a bitch. Best of luck to Australians. I hope you enjoyed your freedom sausages today, and I'm gonna raid you guys into an Australian chat so you guys can follow the ongoing election. Real Radham has to be streaming now, right? Yeah, there we go. You all give Real Radham some support, and make sure y'all stay classy, stay wonderful, stay amazing. And I will see you all on a new day. Bye. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button.